Chapter 2295. In the carriage, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He patted his face lightly. Yi Xian, oh, Yi Xian. You're not suited to be an honest person. He had to admit that he was speechless. It wasn't hard to tell the truth. What was rare was that he kept telling the truth, but the other person didn't believe him. What kind of world was this? A moment later, Yi Xian left with the carriage. On a certain mountain peak, Shenlan watched as Yi Xian's carriage slowly left. Next to Shenlan stood an old man. The old man bowed slightly, a respectful expression on his face. The old man suddenly said softly, "Realm Lord?" After a moment of silence, Shenlan said, "Anyone from my Yunjia must be treated with respect if they are students of Guanxian Academy. Violators will be beheaded." With that, she turned and left. The old man remained silent for a long time before turning and leaving. In the carriage, Yi Xian was still studying the Divine Tao Code. The carriage moved slowly, but he liked the feeling of slowness. Previously, the pace of his life had been too fast. Constantly killing enemies and constantly changing to a new world. He was sick of it. But now, he liked this kind of slow pace of life. Because it was slow, he could truly calm down. After calming down, he could think, and thinking would allow him to find his own shortcomings. At this moment, a black-robed man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian's carriage. Yi Xian put down the ancient book in his hand and looked up at the black-robed man. "If I'm not wrong, you're sent by young Master Yan of the Yan family." The black-robed man narrowed his eyes. Without any nonsense, he suddenly disappeared. Chi. An afterimage charged directly at Yi Xian. Reincarnation Walker Realm. Yi Xian's expression was calm. At this moment, the black-robed man was suddenly thrown tens of thousands of feet away by a terrifying force. At the same time, a white-robed old man appeared not far from Yi Xian. Knowing Profound Realm. The black-robed man's expression instantly changed violently when he saw the white-robed old man, and he didn't hesitate to turn around and vanish into the horizon. Yi Xian turned to look at the white-robed elder and smiled. The white-robed old man's expression was calm. "Young master should know who sent me here." Yi Xian nodded. "Miss Tian." The white-robed elder nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Thank her for me." The white-robed old man looked at Yi Xian. "Madam wishes to meet young Master Yi. She's not far away. May young Master Yi please come with me?" Yi Xian nodded. "All right." Under the white-robed elder's lead, Yi Xian arrived at a mountain peak. A beautiful woman stood on the mountain peak, looking a bit similar to Immortal Ancient Heaven. It was clear that this was Immortal Ancient Heaven's mother. At this moment, the beautiful woman turned to look at Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian for a while and said, "You can be considered to be a talented man." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Auntie, is there something you need from me?" The beautiful woman looked at Yi Xian and said, "Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but I don't want you to call me that. You can call me senior or something else." Yi Xian smiled and said, "If we don't get along, then half a sentence is too much. Farewell." With that, he turned around and left. The beautiful woman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian and looked at Yi Xian with an icy cold expression. "Your strength isn't much, but you're quite arrogant." Yi Xian smiled and said, "If I'm not wrong, you want me to stay away from Immortal Ancient Heaven, right?" A wisp of surprise flashed through the beautiful woman's eyes. "You're smarter than I thought. I have to admit that you're a really good person. Not to mention anything else, just your bearing is rare. At the very least, there aren't many people in the younger generation who can compare to you. However, I'm sorry, but I still don't like you. What I don't like is not you, but the people behind you." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "The people behind me?" The beautiful woman nodded. "My Immortal Ancient Clan is a great clan in the universe of gods. It has been passed down for millions of years, and our foundation is not something you can imagine. Yao is the next successor of my Immortal Ancient Clan. The man she chooses not only has to be sufficiently outstanding, but his background also has to be comparable to my immortal ancient clan. To put it more bluntly, they have to be well matched. Do you understand? Yi Xian thought for a bit and said, "Let me declare that Miss Yao and I are only friends, very pure friends. Secondly, even though I don't like my father, I have to say that he is actually quite amazing." The beautiful woman looked straight at Yi Xian. "What is your father's name?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Everyone calls him the green-clothed sword master." The beautiful woman shook her head. "Unfortunately, I have never heard of him. It is clear that he is just a nameless person." "Yi Xian," the beautiful woman suddenly said, "according to what I know, Yao invited you to attend Yuan's wedding tomorrow. I feel that you should be quite busy when you go back now. You shouldn't have time tomorrow, right?" Yi Xian was silent. The beautiful woman smiled slightly. "You are a smart person. You should know what to choose." With that, she opened her palm and a spatial ring flew to Yi Xian. Then she turned and left. There were 300,000 universe veins in the spatial ring. For ordinary people, this was undoubtedly a huge sum of money. Yi Xian looked at the spatial ring in front of him. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and smiled. "Other than Qin Guan, no one can use money to insult me." With that, he turned and left. Yi Xian sat in a carriage and slowly returned to Guanxian Academy. As soon as he arrived, Xu Xian and Qing Qiu came to greet him. Xu Xian smiled enthusiastically. "Young master, this," Yi Xian smiled. "Let's talk inside." Xu Xian hurriedly said, "Okay. Okay." With that, he hurriedly made a gesture to invite him in. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Xu Xian was good at everything, but he was too polite. He always bowed. He had told him many times, but it was useless. After entering the hall, Yi Xian opened his palm and a divine Tao code slowly floated in front of Xu Xian. Seeing the divine Tao code, Xu Xian was instantly excited. He hurriedly caught it and carefully opened it. After a moment, he became even more excited and his body couldn't stop trembling. Amazing book, really amazing book. This pavilion master Qin is really an extraordinary person. Yi Xian smiled. "Elder Xian, you don't cultivate either. This book doesn't seem to be of much use to you." Xu Xian hurriedly shook his head. "Although I don't cultivate, I like to study and research. The knowledge contained in this book is too terrifying. Young master, this is really terrifying. If you can study it thoroughly, your strength will be greatly improved for a cultivator." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "Then take it to study and annotate it. Remember, it must be detailed. After you're done, show it to me first. Also, don't spread this book for the time being. If it is spread now, it will cause us a lot of trouble. So, only the three of us know about it." Xu Xian hurriedly nodded. "Understood, I understand." With that, he turned and ran away. Obviously, he couldn't wait to study it. Qing Qiu suddenly whispered, "If master cultivates, he must be very powerful." Yi Xian nodded. This Xu Xian was too proficient in the path of cultivation. If he cultivated, his achievements would be terrifying. Unfortunately, he found that this Xu Xian had no interest in cultivation at all. Not at all. Yi Xian was also helpless. Qing Qiu suddenly said, "Young master brother, can I also study that divine way code?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." With that, he looked at Qing Qiu. "How's your cultivation?" Qing Qiu blinked. "Very good." Yi Xian laughed. "Very good." With that, he turned and left. Behind him, Qing Qiu rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. She curled her lips and stamped her feet. "Can't you see that he is already a time immortal? It's really..." In the room, Yi Xian sat quietly. Cultivation. He had now reached the profound understanding realm. he didn't need to rely on Daebi. Yi Xian was now more and more familiar with this realm. In addition, he was also studying one sword cutting nothingness. This sword skill could be said to be his strongest sword skill so far. These days, when he calmed down and slowly cultivated, he found that he had gained a lot. As the saying goes, more haste, less speed. This saying was very true. Many times, when people were anxious, their state of mind would be unstable. During this period, he didn't have enemies, didn't fight every day, didn't burn his blood and soul, but his cultivation and strength were getting stronger and stronger. In addition, he was also studying the other sword skills, including cutting the past, cutting the future, and cutting the present. Of course, the future of these three swords was not enough. After all, the current enemy was very different from before. Therefore, he began to try to integrate one sword cutting nothingness into these three swords. He found that it was possible, but the consumption was a bit too much. But after the integration, the power of his one sword cutting nothingness became stronger and more strange. When he was studying these sword skills, he only had one goal, and that was to kill with one sword. Fancy things? No way. If he could solve it with one sword, why should he be fancy? In the following time, Yi Xian slowly cultivated. He was not in a hurry. If he couldn't succeed the first time, he would try the second time. In any case, he would take it slow. Time passed bit by bit. Soon, it was the day of Xian Gudian's little brother's wedding. Yi Xian naturally remembered this matter. He had promised Xian Gudian. As a person, he had to keep his word. As for Xian Gudian's mother, what a joke. If you don't respect me, will I respect you? After tidying up, Yi Xian went out. Xu Xian was busy, and Qing Qiu was cultivating. Therefore, this time, he went alone. When Yi Xian walked outside, he saw some students of the academy along the way. When they saw Yi Xian, they quickly stopped and bowed to Yi Xian. Yi Xian also bowed. This was the rule of Guanxian Academy, a rule he set. Everyone was here to study, so everyone was equal. Of course, there must be a hierarchy. After all, an academy needed a system, or else it would be a mess. After leaving the academy, Yi Xian sat back in his carriage and crossed his legs. Just like that, the carriage slowly moved toward Immortal City. On Yi Xian's right-hand side was a small cloth bag. Inside was a book, the Divine Path Code. This Divine Tao Code was the congratulatory gift he wanted to give this time. Chapter 2296. Ancient Immortal City. Today was the wedding of Xian Guyuan and the mysterious world's third Mississippi. Thus, the entire city was in a festive mood. Red lanterns were hung all over the city walls, and the sound of firecrackers rang out incessantly. Although they had transcended the secular world, this ceremony were still very necessary. Their marriage meant that the mysterious world and ancient immortal city had joined hands. However, this was normal. It was very normal for a few great powers to have this kind of political marriage. Immortal Ancient Mansion. At this moment, the immortal ancient mansion was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. At the entrance of the immortal ancient mansion, a man and a woman were welcoming guests. This man was the young master of the immortal ancient mansion, Xian Guyuan. The woman beside him was the mysterious world's third miss, Li Shui. The two of them standing there could be said to be a perfect match. In front of the immortal ancient mansion, there were two paths leading inside. These two paths were very particular. The first path was for ordinary people, ordinary guests, while the second path was for the guests of the top powers. These guests who came to attend the wedding would usually bring great gifts. In order to give face to these powers, the gifts would be read out loud. Again, although they had transcended the secular world, some secular etiquettes were still unavoidable. Moreover, the more powerful a power was, the more they cared about this so-called face, even more than ordinary people in the secular world. The great elder of Hill Realm has arrived. At this moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Immediately after, an old man in a luxurious robe walked over. The great elder of Hill Realm. He was equivalent to the second-in-command of Hill Realm. The reason why the first-in-command didn't come was because the next master of the immortal ancient world was Xian Gudian. The second-in-command coming was already giving him a lot of face. Seeing the great elder of Hill Realm, Xian Guyuan immediately bowed slightly. Uncle Ming. The great elder of Hill Realm smiled. Little fellow, congratulations. With that, he opened his palm, and a small box floated over to an old man standing at the side. The old man opened it and immediately said excitedly, "Gift from Hill Realm, 1 Saint-grade immortal artifact, worth 3 million universe veins. Saint-grade immortal artifact. Worth 3 million universe veins." The moment these words came out, the entire place erupted. 3 million universe veins. Was it little? Naturally, there were quite a few of them. Even for a large clan like the ancient immortal clan, 3 million Ian veins was not a small amount. For ordinary cultivators, 3 million Ian veins was something they couldn't earn in a lifetime. Xian Guyuan beamed with joy when he heard the old man's words, and he immediately bowed deeply to Elder Chiu. "Thank you, Uncle Ming." The great elder of Chiu realm smiled and walked toward the inner hall. 3 million. Xian Guyuan was grinning from ear to ear, because his father had told him that all of the gifts he received this time would be his. In other words, this marriage would bring him a great deal of wealth. At this moment, the welcoming elder's voice rang out again. "The grand elder of the mountain realm has arrived. He has gifted a saint-grade immortal artifact worth 3 million universe meridians, another 3 million universe veins." The spectators instantly revealed envious expressions. Reincarnation was a skill. He could even receive money as a gift. The grand elder Yunjia has arrived. He has gifted a saint-grade immortal artifact worth 3 million universe meridians. The young master of Eternal City, Lin Shao, has arrived. He has gifted a saint-grade immortal artifact worth 3 million universe meridians. Realm Lord Yunjia, Li Lan. Li Lan. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Isn't he Li Shui's father? Everyone watched as a middle-aged man walked slowly towards Xian Guyuan and Li Shui. Xian Guyuan hurriedly bowed respectfully, "Father-in-law." Li Lan nodded slightly, "Treat my daughter well. Don't let her down." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and a spatial ring floated over to the welcoming elder. The welcoming elder was extremely excited when he saw it, and he spoke loudly. "Yun Jia has gifted a gift of 5 saint-grade immortal artifacts worth 15 million universe meridians and 10 million universe meridians, 25 million universe meridians." The surroundings suddenly seethed with excitement. Obviously, this was the dowry. When Xian Guyuan heard about this dowry, he immediately bowed deeply and said excitedly, "Thank you, father-in-law." Li Lan nodded slightly, then looked at Li Shui and smiled, "Do you like it?" Li Shui nodded slightly with a calm expression. Li Lan sighed inwardly. He naturally knew that his daughter didn't like this immortal ancient Yuan, but there was no other way. Yun Jia needed a marriage alliance with Immortal City. Marriage was a very common thing between large clans. Thus, even though he knew that his daughter didn't like Xian Guyuan, he still chose to marry his daughter to Xian Guyuan. The family's interests were paramount. Li Lan glancing at Li Shui, Zhang Xian sighed inwardly before heading into the inner hall. On the spot, Li Shui's body trembled slightly. Her expression dimmed. She lowered her head slightly and remained silent. It was obvious that she had accepted her fate. There were more and more people in front of the immortal ancient manor, and it was becoming more and more lively. Xian Guyuan suddenly glanced at the surroundings and said softly, "Why hasn't the Yen clan arrived yet?" The reason why he was looking forward to this Yen clan was because this Yen clan was a great clan that did business. They were extremely wealthy, and who didn't know that Yan Bianyue was pursuing immortal ancient heaven? Since he was getting married today, Yan Bianyue would definitely pay a huge price. As soon as Xian Guyuan finished speaking, a carriage slowly approached from afar. It wasn't from the Yen clan. It was Yi Xian's carriage. In order to show his respect, Yi Xian got off the carriage when it was over 30 meters away. However, everyone still noticed him at this moment. Yi Xian's clothes were still very simple today. He wore a white robe inside and a green robe outside. There was a brush without a case hanging from his waist. As he walked slowly, he was calm and had a somewhat scholarly temperament. Of course, in the eyes of most people, this was truly a bit shabby, especially that carriage. What was that? Yi Xian ignored the gazes of the people around him. He slowly walked in front of Xian Guyuan and Li Shui and smiled faintly. Congratulations to the two of you. After he finished speaking, he handed the cloth bag in his hand to Xian Guyuan. This is a small token of my appreciation. Xian Guyuan looked at Yi Xian and did not take the cloth bag. His expression was quite strange. He naturally knew about Yi Xian. This was naturally because of his sister. It had to be known that his sister never had a good expression towards men. However, she was very different towards this man in front of him. At this moment, when he saw Yi Xian, he had to say that he was disappointed. Incomparably disappointed. The man in front of him was simply too shabby. Whether it was the carriage or the brush at his waist, what kind of lousy brush was that? Couldn't he buy a brush case? And this gift, he had taken a look at the cloth bag just now. It was really a very ordinary cloth bag. What good things could there be in this kind of cloth bag? Sigh. Xian Guyuan sighed inwardly. Even his sister had times when she was blind. At this moment, the welcoming elder suddenly said, Heavenly Word City's young master, Yan Bianyue, has arrived. Yan Bianyue. From the side, a man slowly walked over. It was Yan Bianyue. Yi Xian glanced at Yan Bianyue and smiled faintly. He knew that this was definitely not a coincidence. How could there be so many coincidences in the world? Obviously, this bastard wanted to put on a show in front of him. Yan Bianyue glanced at the cloth bag in Yi Xian's hand, and then he smiled. Young Master Yi, your gift wouldn't be a book, right? Don't mind me, I have no intention of stepping on you. I'm just purely curious, that's all. Yi Xian nodded and grinned, indeed. Haha. Yan Bianyue suddenly roared with laughter, and his laughter was extremely unrestrained. The expressions of the others in the surroundings had become strange as well. A book? He can even give something like that away? Xian Guyuan's expression gradually turned cold. This was an insult to him. Meanwhile, Yan Bianyue suddenly opened his palm, and a spatial ring slowly floated over to the welcoming elder. The elder was first stunned when he saw it, and then he spoke excitedly, gift from the Yan clan of Yan City, 10 million universe meridians. It was 10 million universe meridians. Everyone here was stunned when they heard this. This gift was only inferior to the Li clan's betrothal gift. As expected of the Yan clan. They really are rich. Countless people here were both envious and jealous. Xian Guyuan immediately bowed slightly to Yi Xian, and he said excitedly, Brother Yan, thank you. Yan Bianyue smiled, we're good brothers, so why are you thanking me? I'll be going in first. Let's talk another day. As soon as he finished speaking, he intentionally glanced at Yi Xian, and then he turned around and left. The reason he hadn't made an appearance earlier was because he was waiting for Yi Xian to make an appearance. How could he miss such an opportunity to act cool? He'd succeeded. Haha. Yan Bianyue couldn't help but laugh. How satisfying. After Yan Bianyue left, the smile on Xian Guyuan's face gradually vanished. Yi Xian blinked and said, Brother Yuan, do you think my gift is too shabby? Xian Guyuan's expression was calm. Of course not. Yi Xian smiled and was about to take it back. Meanwhile, Li Shui suddenly took Yi Xian's cloth bag. Young Master Yi, thank you. Yi Xian gazed at Li Shui, and she bowed slightly. Young Master Yi, everyone is a guest, and there's no difference in status. Please enter. Yi Xian was slightly surprised, but he didn't think too much about it and immediately smiled, all right. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the inner hall. Xian Guyuan hesitated for a moment and said, Shui, Yi. Mystic. Forget it. I don't want to spoil the mood on such a joyous occasion. Li Shui's expression dimmed down. He wasn't her ideal husband, but it couldn't be helped. She was born in a large clan, so how could she decide on her own marriage? Not to mention her, even Xian Guyuan couldn't. After Yi Xian entered the hall, there were already a few dozen people gathered there, and they were all reputable figures in the universe of gods. There was a table at the center, and Yi Xian saw a familiar person. It wasn't Xian Guyuan, but Xian Guyuan's mother. At this moment, the beautiful woman was also looking at Yi Xian with an icy gaze. Clearly, she was very angry at Yi Xian for not being tactful. At this moment, a middle-aged man beside the beautiful woman suddenly said, He is Yi Xian? This middle-aged man was the patriarch of the ancient Immortal clan, Xian Gutong. The beautiful woman nodded. Xian Gutong sized up Yi Xian and frowned slightly. Is he concealing his aura? The beautiful woman's expression was calm. He's just an ordinary person who has read some books. Xian Gutong smiled and said, Don't worry, he and Yao aren't from the same world. The beautiful woman shook her head. I'm still a bit worried. As she spoke, a cold glow flashed through her eyes. I hope he knows what's good for him. Otherwise, I can only make him vanish from this world forever. Xian Gutong glanced at Yi Xian. He seems to have an extraordinary bearing, but it's a pity that he's weak and has no background. He's from a different world than my Yao. As he spoke, he shook his head. Forget about him. Don't neglect these esteemed guests. The beautiful woman fell silent for a moment before she said, Let him leave while Yao hasn't come out. Xian Gutong thought for a moment and said, All right. The beautiful woman turned around and shot a glance at a white-robed old man in the distance. The white-robed old man understood and nodded slightly before walking towards Yi Xian, who was looking for a seat in a corner. When he saw the white-robed old man, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Senior? The white-robed old man hesitated for a moment and said, Young Master Yi, you're not welcome here. Yi Xian was stunned. You're driving me away. The white-robed old man nodded. Young Master Yi, please leave. Yi Xian blinked. He glanced at the surroundings but didn't see Xian Gutong. Meanwhile, the white-robed old man said, Young Master Yi, please. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he nodded slightly. I won't return to the ancient city of immortals. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Yi Xian didn't conceal his voice. Even though it wasn't loud, everyone here was able to hear him clearly. Therefore, they could hear it clearly. At the beautiful woman's table, Yan Bianue suddenly smiled and said, This young Master Yi has quite a temper. Right at this moment, Xian Gutong walked over. She frowned slightly when she heard Yan Bianue, and then she glanced at the surroundings. When she didn't see Yi Xian, her expression instantly turned cold, and she gazed at the white-robed old man. What's wrong? The white-robed old man wanted to say something but hesitated. Meanwhile, Yan Bianue suddenly gazed at Xian Gutong. Brother Yuan, young Master Ye's gift just now was a book, right? Xian Gutong nodded. Yes. Yan Bianue roared with laughter. How interesting. I'm quite curious about what book he gave me. I'm sure everyone is curious as well. Brother Yuan, you don't mind letting everyone take a look, right? Xian Gutong hesitated for a moment, and then he turned to look at Li Shui. Li Shui glanced at everyone, and then she hesitated for a moment before opening the sack. When she saw the words on the ancient book, her pupils constricted, and she spoke with a trembling voice. Everyone frowned when they saw this. Meanwhile, Realm Lord Yunjia, Li Lan, suddenly walked over to Li Shui's side. When he saw those words, his expression instantly changed drastically. He took the ancient book and flipped it open. After a short moment, he said with a trembling voice, Fuck, it's true, this really is the Divine Tao Code. Divine Tao Code. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone here was stunned. All of them stood up and gazed at the Divine Tao Code. However, their divine senses couldn't see through it at all. But based on Li Lan's expression, it was undoubtedly true. Xian Gudong and the beautiful woman walked over quickly to Li Lan as well, and they were stunned on the spot when they saw the contents of the book. It's true. It's definitely true. Yan Bianyue saw the Divine Tao Code as well, and he was petrified on the spot when he confirmed that it was the Divine Tao Code. Xian Gudong stared fixedly at the white-robed old man in the distance. Where is he? The white-robed old man hesitated for a moment before he said, He was driven away by the madam. All of their minds had gone blank. Xian Gudong's peerlessly beautiful face had suddenly turned ghastly pale. I'm begging for tickets. One ticket is love as well. Thank you for your support. Chapter 2297. Chased away. Chased away. The spectators were petrified. Xian Gudian was stunned. In the next moment, she charged out like a madwoman. Within the hall, Xian Gu suddenly glared angrily at the beautiful woman beside him. What a foolish woman. What a womanly view. Your hair is long, but your knowledge is short. This is infuriating. The beautiful woman, meanwhile, Li Lan suddenly put the Divine Tao Codex away. Xian Gu's expression instantly changed drastically when he witnessed this scene. Brother Li Lan, what's the meaning of this? Li Lan said solemnly, This is young Master Ye's congratulatory gift. Since it's a congratulatory gift, it's for my daughter. Since it's my daughter's, it's my Li family's. Is there a problem? Everyone, Xian Gu glared at Li Lan. His eyes seemed to be spewing fire. Brother Li, this is a congratulatory gift from young Master Yi to my son. Li Lan sneered. A congratulatory gift for your son? You and your wife have already driven people away. You said it was a congratulatory gift for your son. Tui, you're so shameless. Xian Gu's expression was incomparably gloomy. Li Lan, today is my son and your daughter's wedding day. Don't force me to turn hostile. Li Lan sneered, so what if you want to fall out with me? He had wanted this Divine Tao Code before this, but it was too expensive, and he couldn't afford it at all. Even if he did buy it, it would still hurt him greatly. But he never thought that he would actually obtain it here. And he got it so easily. Under such circumstances, how could he bear to hand it over? Even if they fell out with each other, they wouldn't. Seeing that Li Lan didn't hand it over, Xian Gudong's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. He clenched his fists, showing signs of taking action. Li Lan did not show any signs of weakness and fought tit for tat. The festive atmosphere instantly disappeared. To the side, Li Shui's face was pale, and a wave of sorrow suddenly arose in her heart. She turned to look at Xian Guyuan. At this moment, Xian Guyuan was also staring at the Divine Tao Code in Li Lan's hands. Li Shui was slightly taken aback when she saw this. After a long time, she smiled miserably, turned around, and left. However, at this moment, no one in the hall noticed her, including Immortal Ancient Yuan. Outside Immortal Ancient City, Yi Xian slowly drove the carriage into the distance. In his hands was an ancient book named Divine Yi. It was said that it was written by an ancient emperor. One had to admit that the writing was very interesting and he liked it very much. Right at this moment, the space behind him suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, the carriage stopped, and then a woman appeared in front of Yi Xian. The person who came was precisely Xian Gudian, who had chased after them from Immortal City. Xian Gudian looked at Yi Xian and softly said, Angry? Yi Xian nodded. After a moment of silence, Xian Gudian said, I'm sorry. I was busy, so I didn't come out immediately. Yi Xian chuckled and said, It's none of your business. Xian Gudian looked at Yi Xian. I apologize to you on behalf of my people. Yi Xian shook his head, There's no need for that. The immortal ancient heaven was silent. Yi Xian smiled, actually, I really understand them. Xian Gudian gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian spoke softly, this is an impetuous world, and it's very normal for people to pursue fame and fortune. They see that we're friends, so they're afraid that something beyond friendship will happen between us. That's very normal. After all, you're from a great clan, so if you want to get married, then you definitely have to find someone of equal status, right? Xian Gudian fell silent. Yi Xian said, Miss Yao, are we friends? Xian Gudian nodded. Yi Xian smiled, don't let the world restrict you. Follow your heart and live freely. As soon as he finished speaking, he drove the carriage away. Xian Gudian remained silent for a long time, and then she sighed softly before turning around and leaving. When Xian Gudian returned to Immortal City, the wedding was over, and it was replaced by battle. Because Xian Gudian and Li Lan had started fighting. All the experts from the powers that came to visit were dumbstruck. They'd gone from in-laws to enemies. It was ridiculous. Of course, what was even more ridiculous was that Yi Xian from Guanxian Academy had actually used the Divine Tao Codex as a congratulatory gift. Was he a fool with too much money? Some powers had already left to ask about Yi Xian. This youth was actually able to use the Divine Tao Codex as a congratulatory gift. Could he be an ordinary person? It was obvious even if one used their toes to think. Some people were taking joy in Yi Xian's misfortune. Because Xian Gudian and his wife had actually driven Yi Xian out. What kind of godly operation was this? When Xian Gudian returned to Immortal City, she immediately stopped the battle between Xian Gudian and Li Lan. Xian Gudian was expressionless. Right now, both Immortal City and the Xian world have become laughingstocks. Are you sure you still want to continue? Xian Gudian's expression was gloomy. The Divine Tao Codex belongs to my immortal ancient clan. Xian Gudian glanced at Xian Gudian. Could it be that it doesn't belong to the Xian world? Xian Gudian was stunned. Xian Gudian suddenly turned to look at the distant Xian Gudian and angrily said, Idiot, can't you see that your wife isn't here? Hearing this, Xian Gudian quickly turned around. When he didn't see Li Shui, he was stunned. Xian Gudian coldly looked at Xian Gudian. Is the Divine Tao Codex more important than your wife? Xian Gudian slightly lowered his head, not daring to talk back. Xian Gudian suddenly angrily said, Why aren't you going to look for it? Xian Gudian quickly retreated. Xian Gudian turned to look at Li Lan. Uncle Li, we originally wanted to unite by marrying each other, but today, we became enemies because of this Divine Tao Codex. Do you think it's worth it? Li Lan remained silent. After a moment of silence, Xian Gudian said, Young Master Ye's congratulatory gift is for both my immortal ancient clan and the Li clan. Since that is the case, I suggest that we share it. What do you think? Li Lan was silent for a moment before saying, Sure. Xian Gudian pondered for a long time before saying, Sure. Xian Gudian nodded. She looked at the beautiful woman at the side, and the beautiful woman instantly felt a little guilty when she saw Xian Gudian look over. Xian Gudian walked over to the beautiful woman and spoke softly, Mother, I've grown up. I don't need you and father to interfere in my matters anymore. After she finished speaking, she turned around and left. The beautiful woman and Xian Gudian's expressions were extremely unsightly. Xian Gudian arrived at the hall from before. At this moment, the guests within the hall had dispersed. Xian Gudian suddenly said, Come out. A white-robed old man slowly walked out from behind her. Xian Gudian's expression was calm. He didn't have a seat after he entered, right? The white-robed old man nodded. Xian Gudian remained silent for a long time before saying, Was he angry at the time? The white-robed old man hesitated for a moment before saying, Young Master Yi probably wasn't angry at the time. He was looking around, and he was probably looking for you, young miss. Xian Gudian slowly clenched her right hand, and her gaze was icy cold. After a long time, she said, Did he say anything before he left? The white-robed old man wanted to say something but hesitated. Xian Gudian slowly closed her eyes. Speak. The white-robed old man spoke in a low voice. Young Master Yi said that he wouldn't return to ancient Immortal City. Xian Gudian suddenly opened her eyes and clenched her fists tightly. After a long time, she slowly closed her eyes. Yunjia. At the peak of Cloud Peak, a woman was sitting on the ground with her hands on her knees, and she was in a meditative state. This woman was Realm Master Yunjia. A ray of light was slowly moving between her hands. She was cultivating the divine Tao Codex that Qin Guan had written. Right at this moment, an old man walked over slowly. When he saw that Shenlan was cultivating, the old man bowed slightly and was about to leave. Meanwhile, Shenlan suddenly said, "Speak." The old man nodded, and then he told her about what happened in ancient Immortal City. Shenlan frowned slightly. He used the divine Tao Codex as a congratulatory gift? The old man nodded. It shocked everyone. Shenlan asked again, Xian Gudian and his wife drove him out? The old man nodded. After a moment of silence, Shenlan said, "Amazing." The old man smiled bitterly. It's that young Master Ye's performance was too mediocre. Shenlan shook her head. It's not that his performance was mediocre. It's that everyone has been looking down on him. The old man frowned. Looking down on him? Shenlan turned to look at the distant clouds and said softly, "He's not an ordinary person." Immortal Treasure Pavilion. In a small room, a woman sat quietly. The woman wore a veil, and her face could not be seen. At this moment, a woman slowly walked to the veiled woman's side and whispered a few words. The veiled woman narrowed her eyes. He used the divine Tao Codex as a congratulatory gift? The woman nodded. Yes. After a long silence, the veiled woman said, "He's really generous." The woman smiled. He's very generous. Everyone was shocked. Everyone is guessing that he might like that young lady from Xian Gudian, so. At this point, she seemed to have thought of something, and she hurriedly stopped and didn't continue. The veiled woman fell silent. The woman hesitated for a moment and said, "Young miss, should we continue to pay attention to that young Master Yi?" The veiled woman's expression was calm. Continue to pay attention. Also, get ready. I'm going to Guanxian Academy to pay a visit. The woman was stunned. The veiled woman said again, "Go get ready." The woman hurriedly nodded. All right. The veiled woman looked in front of her. There was a painting in front of her, and it was a portrait of Yi Xian. The veiled woman said softly, "Young Master Yi, exactly how mysterious are you? I'm really curious." Yi Xian rode his carriage back to Guanxian Academy, and he was stunned when he was about to enter the entrance. Because there was a woman standing at the entrance. This woman was none other than Li Shui. At this moment, Li Shui was still wearing that red wedding robe, and she was still as beautiful as ever. Seeing Yi Xian, Li Shui bowed slightly. "Young Master Yi." Yi Xian smiled. "Miss Li Shui, shouldn't you be in Immortal Ancient City?" Li Shui looked at Yi Xian. "I want to join Guanxian Academy." Yi Xian was stunned. "Join Guanxian Academy?" Li Shui nodded. Yi Xian asked, "Why?" Li Shui thought for a moment, then said, "I want to be a wise person like you." Yi Xian was speechless. Li Shui looked at Yi Xian. "Can I?" Yi Xian smiled. "You're welcome." Li Shui looked straight at Yi Xian. "But, I might bring you trouble." Yi Xian smiled. "As long as I wish, this universe will be reduced to ashes in an instant." Li Shui was speechless. Chapter 2298. Just like that, Li Shui joined Guanxian Academy and became a part of it. After Li Shui joined Guanxian Academy, she was shocked. That was because she realized that most of the students around her were just ordinary people. This academy did not focus on cultivation, but on learning. Moreover, she realized that there were a lot of books in this academy. There were all kinds of books. In the beginning, she was just tired of the world and wanted to escape from those burdens. But now, she realized that she really liked this place. Liked the atmosphere here. Liked the students here. Liked the dean here. Yi Xian came to the back mountain of Guanxian Academy. In the past, there was nothing there, but now, there was a lush bamboo forest. This was the masterpiece of Xu Xian. After having money, he naturally wanted to make Guanxian Academy more beautiful. After all, the goal of Guanxian Academy was the future. It would not be good if it was too shabby. Of course, Xu Xian did not make it too gorgeous. After all, it was an academy. It was better to be elegant. In the bamboo forest, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. A light breeze blew and the bamboo leaves swayed. It was quiet all around. On Yi Xian's knees was the sword that the verdant shirt sword master had given him. Until now, he had not discovered anything special about this sword. And now, he was not interested in studying this sword's special features, because to him, as long as it was a sword, that was enough. With a sword in the heart, everything could be a sword. Just like that, Yi Xian sat quietly for a full 6 hours. Suddenly, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, opened his eyes. The next moment, 3 sword lights suddenly appeared in front of him. In an instant, these 3 sword lights actually converged at one point. Slash the future, slash the past, slash the present. 3 swords as one. Moreover, there was the addition of slash the void. The moment the 3 swords converged at one point, the spacetime in front of him suddenly disappeared bit by bit. It was being erased. With a thought, Yi Xian's sword disappeared. At the same time, he directly withdrew all his power and began to repair the spacetime in this universe. This repair process took no less than 2 hours. It was easy to destroy, but difficult to create. Yi Xian slowly got up and turned his head. Beside him, a woman was looking at him. It was Qing Qiu. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Is it powerful?" Qing Qiu hurriedly nodded. "Awesome." Yi Xian laughed. "Do you want to cultivate the sword?" Qing Qiu shook his head. "I don't like sword cultivation." Yi Xian blinked curiously. "What do you like to cultivate?" Qing Qiu thought about it and said, "That makes sense." Yi Xian was stunned. "Reason?" Qing Qiu's right hand slowly clenched tightly as he said seriously, "My fist is as strong as my reason." Yi Xian looked at Qing Qiu. "Did you create it yourself?" Qing Qiu nodded. Yi Xian was silent. This last was not simple at all. Seeming to have thought of something, Yi Xian asked, "Have you read the Great Tao Codex?" Qing Qiu nodded. "I've read it." Yi Xian smiled. "What do you think of it?" Qing Qiu said seriously, "It's very powerful." Yi Xian laughed and said, "Is there anything else you need in terms of cultivation?" Qing Qiu hesitated for a while and said, "Can I bring it up?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Qing Qiu blinked. "Brother young master, I have a small suggestion." Yi Xian asked, "What suggestion?" Qing Qiu said seriously, "What our academy lacks the most now is not people with knowledge, but people with combat power. In order for an academy to change the thinking of a universe, it not only needs great knowledge and great ideas, but it also needs great force." Yi Xian fell silent. Qing Qiu blinked. "Is that right?" Yi Xian nodded and said with a smile, "Yes." Qing Qiu smiled. "So, my suggestion is that our academy can be divided into the Wuyuan Academy and the Wen Academy. The 2 academies belong to the same sect and each has its own function. So, I suggest we enroll a student. Some of the more talented students would be nurtured to cultivate. Talents, we need talents in all aspects, but in this case, we need a lot of money." Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "I'll think of a way to deal with the money." As for the establishment of Wuyuan, I'll leave it to you. Qing Qiu blinked. Then can I be the head of Wuyuan? Yi Xian was surprised. He looked at Qing Qiu and asked, can you do it? Qing Qiu said seriously, I can do it. I am confident that I can do it well. Yi Xian was shocked. This girl was so confident. Qing Qiu hesitated and said, can I? Yi Xian smiled. Yes. Qing Qiu said seriously, you will support me, right? Yi Xian nodded. I support you. Qing Qiu raised a finger. 3 years, brother young master, I promise you that after 3 years, I won't need your support. By that time, everyone will be convinced by me. Yi Xian smiled. I believe you. Qing Qiu grinned. Then I'll go and prepare now. After that, she turned around and disappeared in the distance. Yi Xian looked at Qing Qiu's back in the distance, and he was extremely shocked. How long has this girl been a time immortal? Is she using a cheat code? In fact, he was also puzzled because Qing Qiu's cultivation was really abnormal. She was more monstrous and terrifying than anyone he had met, including him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian took out the Daobi and asked, Brother Bai, is it because of you that this girl is so monstrous? After a long time, the Daobi replied, this girl is the reincarnation of a peerless big shot. Her fate is not controlled by anyone. Even my master can't change her fate. Her fate is special, only second to the 3 swords behind you. And this big shot has a relationship with you, Yi Xian frowned. A relationship with me? The Daobi didn't respond. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, what relationship? Still no response. Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. Can you not keep me in suspense? You're so wicked. Still no response. Yi Xian wanted to curse. At this time, Shu Xian suddenly walked to Yi Xian's side. Young master, someone is here to visit. Visit? Yi Xian collected his thoughts and looked at Shu Xian. He was a little curious. Who? Shu Xian said, she said she is from Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Take her to the book hall. Shu Xian bowed slightly. Okay. With that, he retreated. When Yi Xian came to the book hall, he saw a veiled woman. When he saw this woman, he was stunned. He had seen this woman before. She was the veiled woman who led the dance at Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Yi Xian smiled slightly. It's you, miss. The veiled woman smiled. Young Master Yi still remembers me? Yi Xian nodded. Of course. Mrs. Dance is rare in this world. The veiled woman's mouth slightly raised. Young Master Yi thinks it's beautiful? Yi Xian nodded. Very nice. Then, he changed the topic and said with a smile, Miss, you didn't come to find me to talk about dancing, right? The veiled woman blinked and said playfully, what if I say yes? Yi Xian said sternly, Miss, I'm a decent man, you can't tease me. The veiled woman was slightly startled, then she smiled, Young Master Yi, you're really an interesting person. Yi Xian made an inviting gesture, Miss, please take a seat. The two of them sat facing each other. Yi Xian asked, how should I address you? The veiled woman thought for a moment and said, Bei Yan. Bei Yan. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Miss Bei Yan, why have you come today? Bei Yan smiled. I just want to get to know young Master Yi. Yi Xian smiled and said, you know me? Bei Yan nodded. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. What's there to know about me? 2. Bei Yan chuckled and said, to be able to take out the Divine Way Codex as a congratulatory gift. Young Master Yi, you're extraordinarily generous. Yi Xian smiled and said, Miss Bei Yan, are you here for the ceremony? Bei Yan looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi should still have it. Can I take a look? Yi Xian shook his head. I'm sorry, this Divine Way Codex is only for the students of my academy to see. Beiyan immediately said, I'm willing to join Guanxian Academy. Yi Xian smiled. No. Beiyan frowned slightly. Why? Yi Xian smiled and said, because Miss Beiyan is too mysterious. Mysterious. Beiyan's current realm was the reincarnation walker realm, but this was fake. Her real realm was the mysterious realm, and it was not the ordinary mysterious realm. The reason why he knew was because of Dedeabi. He realized that in front of Dedeabi, any concealment method was useless. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Beiyan narrowed her eyes and a cold glint flashed in the depths of her eyes. Yi Xian rolled his eyes at Beiyan. Miss Beiyan, you're not going to silence me, are you? Beiyan looked at Yi Xian. What if I want to? Yi Xian smiled. You won't. Beiyan smiled. Why? Yi Xian said seriously, you can't beat me. Beiyan was stunned, then she smiled sweetly. Her smile was very bright. Yi Xian smiled and drank his tea. A moment later, Beiyan suddenly smiled. Young Master Yi, you're really an interesting person. I find that talking to you makes me very happy. Yi Xian thought about it and said, Miss Beiyan. Actually, that's not right. I should call you Miss Yanbei. What do you think? Beiyan narrowed her eyes and slowly clenched her fists. There was a trace of shock in her eyes. Yi Xian smiled. Looks like I guessed right. Beiyan was silent for a moment and said, yes. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Yanbei, I like to treat people with sincerity, but from the beginning until now, you haven't said a single word of truth. To be honest, my good impression of you has decreased by a lot. Yanbei looked at Yi Xian and did not say anything. Yi Xian stood up and walked to the side. He looked at the sky outside the hall and said softly, Miss Yanbei, you're not an ordinary person. You're beautiful and very powerful. Most importantly, you're in the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Your background is definitely not simple. Moreover, you must have a plan. Am I right? Yanbei looked at Yi Xian in front of her. At this moment, she suddenly felt that this man in front of her was very scary. Under his refined and gentle appearance, there was a wise and far-sighted heart. Yi Xian said again, Miss, you must be just as you said, just curious about me. Just like me, I'm also curious about your real background, but I won't ask because it has nothing to do with me. As he said that, he turned to look at Yanbei and smiled. Miss Yanbei, this is Guanxian Academy. If you want to read books or discuss knowledge, I will represent Guanxian Academy to welcome you at any time. But if you have other motives, I won't welcome you. Yanbei suddenly stood up and slowly walked in front of Yi Xian. The two of them were very close. At this moment, Yi Xian could already smell the fragrance on her body, but Yi Xian's expression was unusually calm. He was a swordsman. As long as he didn't want to mess up, who could make him mess up? Yi swordsman who would not mess up. Yanbei looked straight at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, will we become enemies? Yi Xian blinked. It's best if we don't. Yanbei asked again, what if we really become enemies? Yi Xian smiled slightly. I'm invincible. Miss, do as you wish. P.S. Didn't I say that less than 10 chapters is not considered explosive? What I want to say is, if I said that, can I take it back? I don't want to act tough anymore. Can I? Everyone can join my QQ group, 855679217. If you want to scold me, give me advice, or chat, you can all add me. I'm in the group. Chat with everyone anytime. Chapter 2299. Invincible. Yanbei looked at Yi Xian as if he wanted to see through Yi Xian. Confidence. Calm confidence. This man in front of him was really confident. And a confident man was undoubtedly the most charming. Yanbei suddenly smiled, I hope we won't become enemies. As she said, she looked around. Young Master Yi, can I stay here for 2 days? I realize that the atmosphere here is quite good. I also want to study for a few days. It won't be too long. Yi Xian nodded, sure. Yan Bei smiled, thank you. Yi Xian nodded slightly, you're welcome. Feel free to do as you please, I'm busy. After saying that, he left the hall. In the hall, Yan Bei looked at Yi Xian who was leaving and pondered. No one knew what he was thinking. Outside Guanxian Academy, on a mountain peak, a man was looking at Guanxian Academy. This person was Yan Bianyue. Yan Bianyue looked at Guanxian Academy with a gloomy face. At this moment, an old man walked to Yan Bianyue's side and bowed slightly, young master. Yan Bianyue was expressionless. Did you find out where he came from? The old man shook his head. Yan Bianyue frowned slightly, can't find out? The old man nodded, I only know that he came here not long ago and then became the Xian sect's young master. Other than that, I can't find anything else. Yan Bianyue was silent for a moment, then said, then what's the origin of this Xian sect? The old man shook his head, this Xian sect is a very ordinary force. I did some research before. Once, a green-shirt swordsman came here and founded this Xian sect. But not long after, he left and never appeared again. And now, Yi Xian is called young master by these academy students. Obviously, this Yi Xian is related to that green-shirt swordsman. Yan Bianyue looked at the old man, who is that green-shirt swordsman? The old man shook his head, I don't know. Yan Bianyue frowned. The old man quickly said, anyway, he isn't among the top experts. Yan Bianyue was silent. A moment later, Yan Bianyue asked again, then why does Yi Xian have the divine Tao code? The old man spoke in a low voice, according to what we know, the divine Tao code was obtained by that realm lord Yunjie, Shenlong, and that Shenlong has interacted with Yi Xian before. Yan Bianyue narrowed his eyes. He's Yunjie's man? The old man shook his head. The possibility isn't high. This is Yi Xian's first time in the universe of gods. Yan Bianyue slowly closed his eyes. The old man said in a deep voice, this person is extremely mysterious. Yan Bianyue said softly, I know. Moreover, his background might not be simple. But... As he spoke, a wisp of a cold smile arose on the corners of his mouth. So what? The old man hesitated for a moment before he said, young master, it's inadvisable for us to fight him now. His origins are unknown, so even if we want to target him, we have to figure out his origins first. If you act rashly, there might be mishaps. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Yan Bianyue's mouth. Mishaps? What mishaps? The old man hesitated to speak. Yan Bianyue changed the topic. Second uncle, I know you're worried. But we have no way out. You've noticed that the immortal ancient heaven's attitude towards him is very different. If we allow them to continue developing, then he'll definitely take immortal ancient heaven's heart. At that time, our plan to devour the ancient immortal city will be completely ruined. The old man fell silent. Yan Bianyue continued. Moreover, there's already enmity between us. Do you think we can still reconcile? He doesn't have the chance now, but if he does, he'll definitely trample on me. The old man sighed softly. Yan Bianyue turned to look at the distant Guanxian Academy with an icy cold gaze. I want him dead. The old man glanced at Yan Bianyue. He sighed in his heart in disappointment. He knew that his young master was letting his emotions affect his decisions. Even an idiot would know that Yi Xian wasn't an ordinary person. The more they couldn't investigate him, the more it meant that he wasn't simple. Yi Xian was still fine after he revealed that he possessed the divine Tao code. Why? Because no one dared to touch him. If the Yan family were to make a move at this time, they would be too stupid. Thinking of this, the old man bowed slightly and then turned to leave. This matter had to be reported to the city lord immediately. Seeing the old man leave, Yan Bianyu smiled coldly. He naturally knew what the other wanted to do. Without thinking too much, he disappeared on the spot. Not long after, Yan Bianyu arrived at the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Inside the room, Yan Bianyu and Nanqing sat facing each other. Nanqing looked at Yan Bianyu in front of him and didn't speak. Yan Bianyu smiled. President Nanqing, given our friendship, I'll get straight to the point. I want Yi Xian dead. Nanqing's right hand trembled slightly. He hesitated and then said, how do you want him to die? Yan Bianyu looked at Nanqing with an icy smile. It's best if it's a little more miserable. Nanqing was silent. Yan Bianyu continued, I don't have much time left. Because it's very likely that my father won't let me continue to target Yi Xian, so I have to be quick. As he spoke, he took out a storage ring and placed it in front of Nanqing. Inside the storage ring, there were 8 million universe veins. Nanqing hesitated and then said, Young Master Yan, this is? Yan Bianyu smiled. I can mobilize 2 people of the knowing profound realm, but I'm still not at ease. I want to invite 2 people of the knowing profound realm from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. With 4 people of the knowing profound realm, even if Yi Xian hid his strength, he will die without a doubt. After a moment of silence, Nanqing said, when does young Master Yan plan to act? A cold light flashed in Yan Bianyu's eyes. Now. Nanqing put away the storage ring in front of him and then said, I will cooperate fully with young Master Yan. Yan Bianyu immediately stood up and smiled. President Nanqing, you are indeed loyal. Let's go. As he spoke, he turned and left. After a moment of silence, Nanqing said, all people of the knowing profound realm, follow me. As he spoke, he turned and left. Very quickly, a full 9 auras followed Nanqing. Guanxian Academy. Yi Xian was lying on a small stone slope at the peak of the back mountain. He crossed his legs and rested his head on his right hand. He was holding an ancient book in his left hand, and there was a plate of fruits next to him. How comfortable. At this time, Qingqiu walked to Yi Xian's side. She peeled a grape for Yi Xian and put it next to Yi Xian's mouth. Young master. Yi Xian smiled. You are unaccountably solicitous. Qingqiu giggled. I have a question for you. Yi Xian nodded. Ask. Qingqiu blinked. I have already reached the time controller level. Now, when I am breaking through to the reincarnation realm, I have encountered some small difficulties. Time controller. Yi Xian was stunned. He turned to look at Qingqiu. Qingqiu blinked her eyes, her face innocent. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then smiled. What difficulties? Qingqiu glared at Yi Xian, then turned and left. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He continued to read his book, but he was shocked to the extreme. He felt more and more that he was trash. Damn. He was simply inhuman. In the distance, Qingqiu clenched her fists, stomping her feet. She said angrily, Humph, is it so hard for you to praise me? Not long after Qingqiu left, Li Shui came to Yi Xian's side. She bowed slightly. Dean. Yi Xian smiled. Sit. Li Shui hesitated for a moment, then sat down. She looked at Yi Xian. Dean, I want to leave the academy. Yi Xian looked at Li Shui. Are you worried that you will bring trouble to the academy? Li Shui nodded. Yi Xian said, is it your father who comes looking for trouble, or is it that immortal ancient Yuan? Li Shui wanted to say something but hesitated. Yi Xian smiled. If your father comes looking for trouble, tell him to come find me. I will break his legs. If immortal ancient Yuan comes looking for trouble, I will cripple him. Li Shui was stunned. Dean, aren't you and immortal ancient Yuan's lady very good friends? Yi Xian smiled. That is a separate matter. Li Shui looked at Yi Xian. Why are you so protective of me? Yi Xian smiled. Because you are my student. Li Shui asked again, why did you accept me as your student? Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, when I went to the Immortal Ancient Clan, only you gave me enough respect. Li Shui looked at Yi Xian. If you tell everyone that you gave them the divine Tao code, they will respect you a lot. Yi Xian shook his head. That kind of respect is not true respect. As he spoke, he looked at Li Shui. You are a very outstanding girl, and also a very kind girl. That idiot Immortal Ancient Yuan is not worthy of you. Remember, marriage is a major event in a woman's life. Don't make yourself feel wronged. If you don't like it, then say it out loud. Don't compromise. In the past, you didn't have a backer, but now, I am your greatest backer. If anyone dares to force you, I will smash their head with a hammer. Li Shui looked at Yi Xian. Just looking at him, her hands were tightly clenched and trembling. Yi Xian smiled. Qing Qiu is Wu Yuan's court head. If you want to cultivate, you can ask her any questions. Of course, this girl might not understand much right now. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask me or Elder Xian. Oh right, have you read the Divine Tao Code? Li Shui lowered her head slightly. Can I read it? Yi Xian frowned. Of course you can. Any student of my academy can read it. Not only that, in the future, I will also write down some of my cultivation experiences and place them in the academy. Everyone can read them. Li Shui hesitated for a moment and then said, Court. Young Master Yi, why are you so good to others? Yi Xian asked, am I good? Li Shui nodded. Very good, very good. There is no one better than you. Yi Xian smiled slightly. That's because you haven't seen me crazy. If I were crazy, I would even want to kill my father. Li Shui was speechless. Yi Xian said again, no. When I wasn't crazy, I also had this thought. The man in green was speechless. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly descended from the sky and directly enveloped Yi Xian and Li Shui. Li Shui's expression instantly changed. She subconsciously stood in front of Yi Xian. At this moment, Yan Bianyue and Nan Qing appeared in front of Yi Xian and Li Shui. Behind the two of them, there were 11 Jishuan realm powerhouses. Seeing this scene, Li Shui's face instantly turned pale, but she did not retreat even half a step. Yan Bianyue looked at Yi Xian and smiled slightly. Young Master Yi, we meet again. Are you surprised? Yi Xian nodded. A little. Yan Bianyue stared at Yi Xian. You know nothing about my strength. As the saying goes, the ignorant are fearless. Now, I will let you understand what despair is. At this moment, Nan Qing and the 9 Jishuan realm powerhouses behind him suddenly knelt in front of Yi Xian. Young Master Yi. Young Master Yi. Yan Bianyue was stunned. Yi Xian looked at Yan Bianyue and chuckled. A person like you is really not worthy of my sword. Come, call your ancestors. I will beat your ancestors. Everyone was speechless. At this moment, Xian Gudian suddenly appeared. When she saw Nan Qing and the 9 Jishuan realm powerhouses kneeling in front of Yi Xian, she was stunned. Chapter 2300. It wasn't just Immortal Ancient Heaven. Everyone present was stunned. Who was Nan Qing, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion? It was the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Even the major powers of the God realm had to give him face. But now, he was kneeling in front of Yi Xian in an extremely humble manner. Why was this happening? Immortal Ancient Heaven couldn't understand. Yan Bianyue was completely dumbfounded at this moment. What the hell? Nan Qing directly kneeled. How could they play like this? Yan Bianyue said with a trembling voice, Brother Nan Qing. Nan Qing suddenly roared, What brother Nan Qing? Yan Bianyue, the old man has no relationship with you. Don't try to get close to him. Yan Bianyue looked at Nan Qing in disbelief. Brother Nan Qing, are you so realistic? Nanqing sighed, young Master Yan, I am a bit too realistic. But I want to live. Sorry. Yan Bianyue pointed at Yi Xian and said angrily, is he stronger than my Yan family? Nanqing smiled bitterly, young Master Yan, there is no comparison. There is no comparison at all. Hearing this, Yan Bianyue's face instantly turned pale. Because he knew that Nanqing wouldn't lie to him. At this moment, his face was ashen and his heart started to panic. He had provoked someone he shouldn't have. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the horizon, young Master Yi, please show mercy. As the voice fell, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared. The person who came was the current head of the Yan family, Yan Shuran. Yan Shuran immediately bowed deeply to Yi Xian, young Master Yi, my son has offended you. I kowtow to you. As he spoke, he slowly knelt down in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone was stunned. Yi Xian was also stunned. Directly kneeling? This was the head of the Yan family. Yi Xian looked at Yan Shuran and didn't say anything. Yan Shuran suddenly opened his palm and a storage ring slowly floated in front of Yi Xian. There were 20 million universe veins in the storage ring. 20 million veins. Yan Shuran bowed deeply once more, young Master Yi, if you think it's not enough, I can add more. Yi Xian smiled, clan leader Yan, as the clan leader, you don't have to do this. Yan Shuran smiled bitterly. He's my son. When a son makes a mistake, the father will take responsibility. There's nothing wrong with that. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. When the son makes a mistake, the father will take responsibility. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly felt a lump in his throat. Yi Xian suddenly turned around, not letting anyone see his face. Xian Gudian and Li Shui looked at Yi Xian, feeling a bit stupefied. They noticed that at that instant, Yi Xian's eyes actually flickered with tears. Yi Xian wasn't an emotional person, but when he heard Yan Shuran's words, he suddenly felt a little sour. A moment later, Yi Xian turned around. He opened his palm and Yan Shuran's storage ring fell into his hand. Patriarch Yan, I'll accept this money. Take your son with you and leave. Yan Shuran bowed deeply. Many thanks, young Master Yi. After saying this, he stood up and left with Yan Bianyue. Yi Xian suddenly said, young Master Yan, you have a good father. After today, be a mature person. Yan Bianyue was silent. Yan Shuran bowed deeply, then disappeared into the horizon with Yan Bianyue. Yi Xian looked at Nanqing and said with a smile, go back. Nanqing bowed deeply. Young Master Yi, I will take my leave. After saying this, he handed the storage ring that Yan Bianyue gave him to Yi Xian, then turned around and disappeared with the 9 people behind him. Yi Xian looked at the storage ring in his hand and smiled. He smiled, then put it away. He turned to look at Xian Gudian and said with a smile, are you here to help me? Xian Gudian's expression was calm. It seems like it's unnecessary. Yi Xian smiled. Thank you. Xian Gudian was silent for a while, then said, you didn't lie to me when you told me in the past, right? Yi Xian nodded. Xian Gudian looked at Yi Xian. This is only the first time we've met. Why are you so honest with me? Yi Xian smiled. Because I have a good impression of you. Xian Gudian was stunned. Yi Xian smiled slightly. When making friends, you naturally have to treat each other with sincerity. Xian Gudian was silent for a while, then said, since we're friends, can you help me with something? Yi Xian nodded. Speak. Xian Gudian glanced at Li Shui. Let her go back and marry my little brother. Yi Xian immediately shook his head. No. Xian Gudian looked at Yi Xian. They should get married in the first place. Yi Xian shook his head slightly. Miss Tian, I'm a bit disappointed in you. Xian Gudian slowly clenched her right hand. She didn't say anything. Yi Xian said, If Miss Li Shui likes Immortal Ancient Yuan and wants to marry him, I naturally won't oppose it. However, she doesn't like Immortal Ancient Yuan. Xian Gudian looked straight at Yi Xian. She has a marriage agreement with my Immortal Ancient clan. If she breaks it now, she will be going back on her word, and that is wrong. Yi Xian slowly walked in front of Xian Gudian and looked straight into her eyes. If your parents force you to marry someone else, what will you do? Xian Gudian clenched her fists and didn't say anything. Yi Xian seriously said, Miss Tian, if you say right and wrong, then we'll say right and wrong. Measuring right and wrong requires methods. Using the methods and experiences used on others on yourself, if you can't accept it, then it's double standards. Xian Gudian stared straight at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian continued, I know you have the strength, so your parents won't dare to force you like this. Thus, you can change your fate. But... At this point, his tone suddenly became more serious. But not everyone is like you. Also, I feel that marriage should be free and consensual. I hate this so-called marriage alliance the most. I don't care about things I don't know, but I will definitely care about things I know. Xian Gudian was a bit angry. Why? Yi Xian's expression was calm. Because I'm awesome. With that, he turned and left. Xian Gudian glared at Yi Xian. You're too overbearing. At the side, Li Shui suddenly said, I like how overbearing he is. After saying that, she turned and left. Xian Gudian, on the other side, Yan Bei looked at Yi Xian's departing figure, and her beautiful eyes flickered with a strange light. As soon as Yi Xian returned to the book hall, Shu Xian came before him. Shu Xian slightly bowed. Dean. Dean. Yi Xian looked at Shu Xian and faintly smiled. One had to know that Shu Xian called him young master before, but now, he called him Dean. There was a big difference between these two titles. Calling him young master and respecting him was mostly because of his father. But calling him Dean was really honoring him, and it might not have much to do with his father. Shu Xian suddenly handed the Divine Path Code to Yi Xian. Dean, I have annotated it all. Please take a look. Yi Xian took the Divine Path Code and opened it. After a while, he looked up at Shu Xian. Elder Xian, you're really a genius. It had to be said that Yi Xian was really shocked. This Shu Xian actually really grasped this Divine Tao Codex thoroughly. It could be said that apart from Qin Guan, no one understood the Divine Path Code better than Shu Xian. Shu Xian faintly smiled. I'm not a genius. I just like to do some research. It's just that. I sometimes don't understand. I feel that this path of cultivation is so simple, so why is it so difficult for some people to cultivate? If I cultivate, it should be very easy for me to casually reach the profound understanding realm. Yi Xian was speechless. Was this guy showing off? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Elder Xian, it's easier to know than to do. There are many things that you understand, but if you really do it, it's not the case. Shu Xian deeply bowed. I've learned. Yi Xian nodded. Keep this Divine Path Code. You'll need it when you teach them in the future. Shu Xian hesitated and said. It's very precious. Keep it with me. If there's a mistake, I won't be able to absolve myself even if I die 10,000 times. Yi Xian smiled. In my heart, it's not even 1/10,000th of you. Of course, you can't take it away from the academy. It's dangerous. Shu Xian deeply bowed. Dean, I will repay you with my life. Yi Xian shook his head. You're exaggerating. Shu Xian bowed deeply once more, and then he left with the Divine Tao Code. After Shu Xian left, he began to teach. He was talking about the Divine Path Code. However, there were too few people in the academy. There were less than 25 people. Wu Yuan only had Qingqiu. She was like a general without an army. The place where Shu Xian taught was a small courtyard. This was because the teaching platform of Guanxian Academy had yet to be built. Xu Xian opened the Divine Path Code and began to teach. Below, in addition to the academy's students, Yan Bei was also sitting at the side and listening quietly. She sat on the right of Qingqiu. Qingqiu glanced at Yan Bei. Her expression was calm. You like the dean? Yan Bei's lips curled up in a provocative manner. Can't I? Qingqiu's expression was calm. Your thoughts aren't pure. I'm afraid you and the dean won't end well. Yan Bei narrowed her eyes. She was a little angry. Qingqiu's expression was still calm. I call the dean brother, young master. Brother, do you understand? Yan Bei was so angry that she laughed. Are you showing off to me? Qingqiu looked at Xu Xian, who was teaching in the distance. You are really an idiot. Yan Bei was furious. Qingqiu turned to look at Yan Bei. She said seriously, I call young master brother. It means I'm his younger sister. Younger sister, do you understand? That's his family. If you like brother young master, shouldn't you build a good relationship with his family first? Yan Bei was stunned. Qingqiu continued, seeing how pure you are, I'll be straightforward. You should be pleasing me. Yan Bei. A moment later, Yan Bei said in a deep voice, this divine path code is so precious. You guys just take it out for everyone to see? Qingqiu said softly, what's the big deal about a divine path code? Brother young master's ambition is the entire universe. If you don't have great ambition, how can you point your sword at the entire universe? Yan Bei was silent. At this moment, Xu Xian suddenly stood up. He smiled and said, next, let's invite the dean to teach. Below, the students quickly applauded in welcome. Qingqiu was also very excited. He was looking forward to it. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Xian sat on the praying mat. He glanced at the people below and remained silent. I'll teach. What should I teach? The great way of acting cool? At this moment, there were suddenly a few mysterious auras outside. Obviously, they were all hidden forces. After learning that Yi Xian was going to teach, they all rushed over. Yi Xian was silent. At this moment, he suddenly felt a little ashamed. Because looking back, he realized that he was either acting cool or on the way to acting cool. Chapter 2301. Yi Xian sat on the round platform. Everyone was looking at him. The students were filled with excitement and anticipation. Dean. In their hearts, Dean Yi was a man of great knowledge. At this time, a woman suddenly sat beside Qingqiu. It was Yunjie's realm lord, Shenlan. Qingqiu glanced at Shenlan, then looked up at Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. Today, I will talk about choice. Choice. The students quickly sat up straight and listened carefully. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground with his hands on his knees. He thought for a moment and said, in the universe, every cultivator has two goals. First, longevity. Second, invincibility. In my opinion, cultivation is to satisfy one's inner desires. The stronger one is, the greater the desire. Desire is endless. Therefore, once a cultivator embarks on the path of martial arts, it means that he has entered an endless path. This path is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you will die. For the sake of longevity, cultivators will improve themselves at all costs. Over time, cultivators will become unscrupulous and gradually give up their bottom line. As he spoke, he paused for a moment before continuing, in other words, losing yourself. Lose yourself. Hearing this, Shenlan and Yan Bei's expressions changed. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Shenlan, who was beside Qingqiu, and said with a smile, Miss, do you still remember the original intention of cultivating? Shenlan stared at Yi Xian, clenched her right hand and said nothing. Yi Xian smiled and looked at Qingqiu. Qingqiu, what is your original intention of cultivating? Qing Qiu blinked. To establish a heart for the universe, to establish a life for all living beings, to continue learning for the saints, and to establish peace for all ages. Yi Xian gave her a thumbs up. What an excellent girl. Just like me. Me too. Great minds think alike. Everyone, Qing Qiu giggled. Brother young master, you are a bit thick-skinned. Yi Xian quickly said seriously, continue the lecture. Qing Qiu quickly stopped smiling and continued to listen carefully. Yi Xian thought for a while and continued, everyone should have a goal in front of them. At least in their own eyes, this goal is great. If their deepest belief, the voice in their heart, thinks that this goal is great, then they are great too. Therefore, we should seriously consider whether the goal we have chosen is right or not. Is it what we really want? As he spoke, he smiled. Once upon a time, the purpose of my cultivation was to protect my little sister. I wanted her to be safe and carefree. But now, I'm ashamed that I haven't seen her for a very, very long time. On the path of growth, people will definitely have new goals and new needs. However, I feel that we should never forget the original intention of cultivating. My Qing once said that one can be invincible only if one's original intention is not changed. I am ashamed. Now I really understand. Below, Shenlong suddenly said, but my goal is to live forever, to be invincible. What should I do? Yi Xian thought for a while and said, then work hard. Shenlong looked at Yi Xian. Do you think this is right? Yi Xian asked, Miss, do you have any relatives? Shenlong was silent. Yi Xian asked again, Miss, do you have any friends? The kind who are very, very good, the kind who would risk their lives for you. Shenlong was silent. Yi Xian asked again, Miss, do you have anyone you like? The kind of person who you don't see for a day feels like thousands of years. Shenlong frowned. Yi Xian smiled. Pursuing immortality. Pursuing invincibility is not wrong. However, I feel that in this universe, there should be more than just fighting and killing. To tell you the truth, on my way here from Qingcheng, every day, if I'm not fighting, then I'm fighting on the road. I'm really tired of this kind of life. But now, I want to slow down. I want to live a good life. To be honest, I want to create a brand new swordsmanship. I have even thought of a name for it. I will call it, human swordsmanship. The world of mortals as the sword, and all living beings as the soul. Human swordsmanship. Shenlong looked at Yi Xian. You are a swordsman. Yi Xian nodded. I am a swordsman. Shenlong looked calm. I didn't see that. Yi Xian smiled. Then he went on, back to the topic at hand. Choices. Students, I hope you can think about it today. What is the ultimate goal of your studies and cultivation? You must give yourself a goal and fight for it. In our current universe, the strong are respected. Everything is based on strength. The strong can be willful, but the weak can only accept their fate. I don't like this. I hope that you can change this world with me. A student suddenly said, Dean, it will be difficult to change the world and the rules, right? Yi Xian smiled. It will be difficult, but do you believe in me? That student immediately said, yes. At the side, Yan Bei suddenly said, Young Master Yi, with your actions, you will offend many forces. Aren't you afraid of death? Death? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly, feeling helpless. To be honest, my father is invincible, my brother is invincible, my sister is invincible. I really can't think of anyone who can make me die. Yan Bei was dumbfounded. Young Master Yi, do you know Dadeabi? This brush controls the fate of all living beings. Aren't you afraid? Dadeabi, Yi Xian was silent. Shenlong glanced at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. At this moment, Shu Xian suddenly walked in front of Yi Xian. Dean, the ancient immortal city patriarch is here to visit. Yi Xian shook his head. I won't see him. Xu Xian nodded. Okay. After saying that, he turned and left. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stood up. Everyone, today's lecture ends here. Everyone is free to do whatever you want. After saying that, he turned and left. After a few steps, Yi Xian suddenly turned around. Behind him was Shenlan. Yi Xian looked at Shenlan and smiled. What's the matter? Shenlan was silent. Yi Xian smiled. If you don't want to say, then go back. Shenlan suddenly said, be careful of the veiled girl next to you. Yi Xian smiled. Thank you. Shenlan frowned slightly. With your intelligence, you should know that her background isn't simple, but you don't care at all. Do you know that underestimation and carelessness can lead to death? Yi Xian thought about it and said, I know. After saying that, Shenlan looked at Yi Xian for a moment and said, I understand. After saying that, she turned and left. After taking 2 steps, she stopped again and looked at Yi Xian. Why didn't you ask for my name? Do you not want to know, or do you already know? Yi Xian smiled. I don't know. Shenlan looked at Yi Xian in the eye. Then you don't want to know? Yi Xian smiled. Miss, do you know why I asked you that before? Shenlan frowned slightly. Why? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, because I know that you definitely don't have any friends or anyone you like. Shenlan stared at Yi Xian. Why? Yi Xian smiled. Firstly, you're very outstanding. Your strength has already attained such a level at such a young age. Moreover, you're even a woman. That's not easy at all. Secondly, even though I don't know your background, since you were able to purchase the divine Tao code for 50 million universe veins, then I presume that you're the master of one of those great powers. You possess such terrifying strength at such a young age, and you're even able to become an overlord. That's not simple at all. With such accomplishments, your standards are definitely extremely high. Ordinary people are definitely unable to enter your eyes. Especially men, right? Shenlan gazed at Yi Xian and remained silent. Yi Xian continued. When I met you for the first time, the feeling you gave me was that you were cold and aloof, even colder than Miss Yao. Under such circumstances, ordinary people would definitely not dare to make friends with you. Especially men. If they don't possess formidable strength, then ordinary men would feel inferior just by looking at you. A smile suddenly appeared on Shenlan's face. Young Master Yi, can I understand that you're praising me? Yi Xian smiled. You can. The smile on Shenlan's face gradually grew wider. I have to say that I really like hearing that. Continue. Yi Xian smiled. I asked you earlier if you've ever liked anyone. When I asked that question, I knew that you definitely don't have anyone you like. Shenlan's eyes narrowed slightly. Why are you so sure? Yi Xian smiled. Because in the entire universe of gods, no one is worthy of Miss Yao's liking. Shenlan was taken aback. Yi Xian smiled. Miss, what I said was from the bottom of my heart. Finally, can I give you a small suggestion? Shenlan nodded. Her expression became much gentler. Go ahead. Yi Xian said seriously, this world isn't just about fighting and killing. There are also many beautiful things. If you look at this world from a different point of view, you'll find that there are many beautiful things in this world. If Miss is free from cultivation, you can come to the academy. I'm willing to accompany Miss for a heart-to-heart talk. Shenlan looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. Yi Xian continued. Miss, do you still remember the first time we met? Shenlan nodded. Yi Xian smiled. At that time, Miss asked me why I answered every question you asked. My answer then was, I treat people with sincerity. It is the same now. Ever since I met Miss, whatever Miss asked or said to Miss, I have never lied. Everything comes from the bottom of my heart and is sincere. Shenlan was silent for a moment before saying, "That veiled woman's real name is Yan Bei. She comes from Desolate Universe. There are two superpowers in Desolate Universe. One is Azura City, and the other is Divine Mountain's Yen family. She should be the goddess of Divine Mountain. It is said that the goddess dedicates her life to God and is not allowed to have any relations with any man. She came to your side because she wants to use you to deal with Divine Mountain's Yen family. You must be careful and not be a sucker unless you also like her. However, I suggest you drive her away. This Yen family is not simple and will bring you great trouble." Yi Xian nodded. "Many thanks." Shenlan looked at Yi Xian. "I'm leaving." She turned around after saying that, but she had no intention of leaving. Yi Xian was slightly startled, but he quickly understood and smiled. "How should I address you, miss?" Shenlan's lips curled up. "Shenlan, the master of Yunjie. Currently, I'm at the half-step profound see-through realm." She floated away after saying that. P.S. Today at 8:00, TikTok will be broadcasting and chatting. Everyone can add my TikTok number, 17486888249. If anyone has any questions or suggestions, you can tell me and I will answer them on the spot. In addition to the live broadcast, I will also select some lucky spectators and give them free physical books of Invincible Sword Domain and One Sword Supreme. I won't sell them, but they can be collected. Finally, I will see you at 8:00. Everyone can come and look at my peerless beauty. I will show you what it means to be handsome. Chapter 2302. Shenlan, the master of the Yunjie sect. Yi Xian smiled and turned to leave. In fact, he had the intention to befriend her. The academy had just been established. What else did it need besides money? Connections. One had to know that Guanxian Academy had no foundation in the universe of gods. It had just been established, so it definitely needed a huge network. After all, Yi Xian's goal was to establish an academy that could change the universe, not to dominate it. Therefore, he needed to build a good relationship with the local forces here. Moreover, it was better to have one more friend than one more enemy when he was outside. If he became familiar with them, the students of the academy would definitely give them some face when they were outside. The Jianghu was the way of the world. Not long after Shenlan left the academy, she suddenly stopped in the clouds. Not far in front of her stood a woman. It was Yan Bei. Yan Bei looked at Shenlan. "What did you say to him?" Shenlan's expression was calm. "It's none of your business." Yan Bei narrowed her eyes and clenched her right hand slowly. Without any nonsense, she suddenly punched out. Boom! In an instant, the clouds in the sky gathered rapidly and then turned into a fist that went straight for Shenlan. Shenlan was expressionless. She suddenly took a step forward and leaned her body forward. Boom! This lean was like 100,000 mountains collapsing. A terrifying force directly crushed the cloud fist. In the distance, Yan Bei's eyes flashed with a cold light. Shenlan glanced at Yan Bei coldly. "I'll give you a warning. That man is not someone you can fool. If you treat him well, he will treat you well. If you don't treat him well, when he becomes ruthless, he will definitely exceed your imagination." With that, she disappeared at the end of the horizon. In the same place, Yan Bei's expression was cold. No one knew what he was thinking. Yi Xian returned to the bamboo forest at the back of the mountain. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. He had given full authority over the development of the academy to Xu Xian. It had to be said that Xu Xian was indeed an expert. However, he was too scholarly. Most of the time, they didn't know how to be flexible. Fortunately, there was Qing Qiu. This girl was different from her master. She was a smart girl. One of them was a scholar while the other was a martial artist, and they managed to make the academy famous and powerful. This also gave him some time to do something. Right now, he was still cultivating the one-sword cleaving nothingness. He wanted to fuse this sword technique with / the past, / the future, and / the present, to the extreme. He was now at the knowing profound realm. And his goal was to instantly break through to the profound awareness realm. The current him was no longer a match for an average practitioner in the knowing profound realm. After all, he himself was in the knowing profound realm. Furthermore, he still had the one sword cleaving nothingness imparted to him by his old man. But his goal was not just to defeat those in the knowing profound realm. His goal was to instantly defeat those in the knowing profound realm and steadily kill those in the see-through profound realm. In order to perfectly fuse these three sword skills, he went back to study the space-time Tao and the time Tao. In the past, he had cultivated for the sake of cultivation. But now, he realized that the process of studying cultivation was very interesting. Most of the time, he didn't care about the results. What he cared about was the process. Training now is to seek knowledge. Yes, it was enjoyment. A few days passed. Outside the Guanxian Academy, more and more people came to seek knowledge. Among them, there were people sent by various major factions, and there were also some who really wanted to come to seek knowledge. However, Xu Xian and Qing Qiu were very strict with the acceptance of people. The first was character. If one's character was not up to standard, they would be directly rejected, no matter how good one's talent was. If a person's character was not good, it could affect the entire academy. And Yi Xian didn't have that much time to scheme with the students. In front of the gate of Guanxian Academy, Xu Xian and Qing Qiu were examining the students who had enrolled. It had to be said that there were really a lot of people who came to seek knowledge. In front of the gate of Guanxian Academy, there were already thousands of people gathered. Qing Qiu glanced at those who came to seek knowledge in the distance, and his face was full of smiles. But Xu Xian sighed in a low voice, "Most of these people have impure intentions." Qing Qiu smiled and said, "Master, think about it from another perspective. People who came to enroll must have a request. Otherwise, why would they come? We should be happy for ambitious people, because ambitious people will work harder." Xu Xian hesitated and then said, "But if we recruit them, I'm afraid they will ruin the academy's reputation in the future, or even cause trouble." Qing Qiu narrowed his eyes slightly. "After they come in, first, give them ideological education and slowly enlighten them. Second, if there are really stubborn people, just kill them." Xu Xian was slightly stunned, and he turned to look at Qing Qiu with a trace of shock in his eyes. Qing Qiu smiled lightly. "Young master brother is very good to people. This is his strength, but this strength also has a hidden danger. That is, you can't be too good to people. If you are too good to him, over time, he will take it for granted. As the saying goes, a favor with a grain of rice leads to a grain of rice, and a grudge is formed." As she said, she glanced at the students in the field. "We have to manage the students like this. When it's time to reward, when it's time to punish, we can't be lenient. Just like this divine path code, these people came to join the academy not to seek knowledge, but for the divine path code. So, master, we have to make some rules. From now onward, anyone who joins the academy must meet certain requirements in order to read the divine path code. Moreover, they can't read it all at once, they can only read a single page." Xu Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Is that all right?" Qing Qiu nodded lightly. "If we don't do that, then they will think that the divine path code is something that can be found on the street. They won't cherish the opportunity to read it. Over time, they will think that young master brother sharing everything with them is a matter of course. In order to prevent that from happening, we have to make some rules now. An academy must have its own rules, otherwise, something bad will happen." Xu Xian thought for a moment, and then he nodded, "All right." As if he'd thought of something, he said, "Our academy is growing larger and larger, so wouldn't the other powers be afraid of us and target us in the future?" Qing Qiu grinned. "Master, think about it. Would someone who dares to share the divine path code be an ordinary person? These powers are very smart, and they won't act against us. So, we just have to be at ease and develop. Besides that, Master, you have to remember that our goal is definitely not the small benefits before us, but the sea of stars. In order to closely follow young Master Brother's footsteps, our vision must be big. Otherwise, it won't be long before we disappear from young Master Brother's side. Shu Xian asked, Girl, how big do you think our vision need to be? Qing Qiu blinked. Limitless. Shu Xian was stunned. Qing Qiu said softly, You have to dare to think. If a person doesn't even dare to think, then what difference is there between him and a salted fish? Shu Xian fell silent. Immortal ancient estate. Within the palace, Xian Gutong, the beautiful woman, and Xian Biyao were all in the same room. Xian Gutong hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Yao, why have you been staying at home all day lately? You can go out and take a look. I think that Guanxian Academy isn't bad, you can go there and take a look. The beautiful woman hurriedly agreed. Yes, I think that young Master Yi isn't bad. Even though your father and I had some misunderstandings with him in the past, this young Master Yi is a knowledgeable person, and such people are very magnanimous. He definitely won't fuss about it with us. You absolutely must not feel burdened because of some of our actions in the past and not make friends with him because of that. That's not right. Xian Gutong glanced at the two of them, and then he said that he won't come to Immortal Ancient City again. Xian Gutong said seriously, Words of anger. Those were words of anger. The beautiful woman hurriedly nodded. Words of anger. Xian Gutong shook his head slightly. He didn't want to say anything else, so he got up and left. Xian Gutong suddenly said, Girl, I know that you really dislike our actions and feel that we're too practical, but it can't be helped. Your father is in a high position, and everything he does has to be considered for the sake of the family. Tell me, would it be suitable for you to find an ordinary person? It would definitely not be suitable. Girl, your father is an experienced person, and I know how important it is to have a suitable family. If the family isn't suitable, then the gap between the two of them would be too great, and there would be huge problems in their lives in the future. Xian Gutong glanced at Xian Gutong and said, Do you think that young Master Yi and I are a suitable family now? Xian Gutong hesitated for a moment and said, Young Master Yi definitely has an extraordinary background. Xian Gutong shook his head slightly and sighed. Xian Gutong said in a low voice, Girl, it's different this time. I can tell that you treat young Master Yi differently from others. No matter what the future holds between the two of you, it shouldn't be a problem for the two of you to become friends, right? But now, you've started to run away from young Master Yi because of us. That's not right. In my heart, you're a girl who dares to do anything. If you like him, then go for it. If you hesitate, then you'll lose. Young Master Yi is so outstanding, so there will definitely be no lack of women by his side. If you don't act decisively and bravely, then he'll be snatched away by other women. The beautiful woman hurriedly said, Yes. Look, just how outstanding is young Master Yi? Not only is he strong, but his family isn't simple either. He's also a knowledgeable and elegant person. Think about it, aren't you very happy when you're together with him? Happy? Xian Gutong frowned slightly. Happy? Xian Gutong pondered for a moment, and then she suddenly realized that she really was quite happy. When she thought up to here, Xian Gutong was shocked, and she hurriedly shook her head and discarded all the distracting thoughts in her mind. Meanwhile, Xian Gutong hurriedly said, Girl, young Master Yi is a dragon among men, and he's an interesting person. If you miss out on him, then your father can guarantee that you'll never meet a more outstanding man than him. You'll regret it for the rest of your life. Xian Gutong suddenly said, If he was just an ordinary person, if he didn't have a formidable background, would you still act like this? Xian Gutong immediately said angrily, Do your mother and I belong to those kinds of powers? Xian Gutong was speechless. Chapter 2303. Xian Gudian was completely speechless. He directly ignored his parents and turned to leave. Immortal Gu and the beautiful woman were extremely anxious when they witnessed this scene, but they were helpless as well. They knew their daughter's temper, and it was undoubtedly extremely difficult to persuade her to take the initiative. This lass was too headstrong. The two of them looked at each other and felt a little regretful. They regretted looking down on others. After Xian Gudian left the palace, she arrived at a riverside alone. She looked at the little fish swimming about in the river and entered a state of contemplation. For some reason, during these past few days, her mind was always restless, as if there was something weighing on her mind. Meanwhile, Xian Guyuan appeared by Xian Gudian's side, and he hesitated for a moment before he said, "Big sister." Xian Gudian collected her thoughts and looked at Xian Guyuan. "What's the matter?" Xian Guyuan bitterly smiled. "Big sister, Li Shui isn't willing to come back." Xian Gudian's face was as cold as ice. "That's because you don't have the ability. Who can you blame?" Xian Guyuan's expression immediately became somewhat ugly. Xian Gudian looked straight at Xian Guyuan. "On that day, he came to attend your wedding and even gave you the divine Dao code as a gift, but how did you treat him?" Xian Guyuan smiled bitterly. "I didn't know that the divine Dao code was actually in that small cloth bag. If I had known earlier, I definitely wouldn't have treated him like that." Xian Gudian sighed softly. Xian Guyuan said again, "Sis, your relationship with that young Master Yi is so good, can you help me plead for leniency? Tell Li Shui to come back." Xian Gudian said softly, "Don't think about Li Shui anymore." Xian Guyuan was stunned. "Why?" Xian Gudian glanced at Xian Guyuan. "Because she won't be coming back." With that, she turned around and left. Xian Guyuan's face was gloomy, no one knowing what he was thinking. At this moment, Xian Gudian suddenly stopped. She turned around and looked at Xian Guyuan. "Don't have any evil thoughts, or else even I won't be able to save you. Don't be fooled by young Master Ye's gentle temperament. If he's really angry, I won't be able to save you." After saying that, she turned around and disappeared. Immortal Ancient Yuan. After Xian Gudian left, she suddenly said, "Elder Zhang." As soon as she finished speaking, a white-robed old man appeared beside her. Xian Gudian was expressionless. "Keep an eye on him. If he dares to cause trouble for Li Shui or young Master Yi, cripple him." The white-robed old man was stunned. Xian Gudian glanced at the white-robed elder. "You don't dare?" The white-robed old man hesitated for a moment before saying, "Young miss," Xian Gudian softly said, "what do you think of young Master Yi?" The white-robed old man thought for a moment, and then he said, "He has a warm disposition, a refined young master." Xian Gudian nodded. "Indeed. However, my intuition tells me that it's not that simple." The white-robed elder was stunned. This, Xian Gudian raised his head and looked towards the distant horizon. "He is a person with a very strong character. If you treat him well, he will treat you 10 times better. However, if you dare to harm him, he will definitely return the favor 10 times over. My ancient immortal clan already had a conflict with him, so we absolutely cannot instill enmity with him again." The white-robed old man hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Young miss, perhaps young Master Yi doesn't really like you, but he definitely has a good impression of you." Xian Gudian chuckled. "So what?" The white-robed old man spoke solemnly, "Young miss, this subordinate has spoken out of turn. If you have a good impression of young Master Yi, then you can come into contact with him more." Xian Gudian's expression was calm. "No." The white-robed old man smiled bitterly. "Young miss, young Master Yi is indeed a good person. He's not a bad person. Moreover, he's a knowledgeable person. You can indeed interact with him more when you're not cultivating." Xian Gudian remained expressionless. "No." The white-robed old man was just about to say something when an old man suddenly appeared. The old man bowed slightly. "Young miss, young Master Yi has come to pay a visit. He is outside the city," and he said, before he could finish speaking, Xian Gudian had already vanished. The old man, the white-robed old man. Outside Immortal City, Yi Xian, who was closing his eyes, suddenly opened them, and Xian Gudian appeared in front of him. Xian Gudian looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian grinned. Miss Gudian, we meet again. Xian Gudian's expression was calm. Is something the matter? Yi Xian was slightly displeased. Can't I come to see you if I have nothing to do? Xian Gudian was slightly stunned, and she felt indescribably happy. However, she quickly suppressed it. Yi Xian smiled. Let's take a walk together. Xian Gudian nodded. All right. As she spoke, she was about to lead Yi Xian into the city. However, Yi Xian didn't move. Xian Gudian turned around to look at Yi Xian. Are you still angry? Yi Xian nodded. Xian Gudian rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. Stingy. There was a hint of flirtatiousness in her eyes, but she didn't realize it. Yi Xian smiled and pointed to the side. The scenery there is not bad. Let's take a walk. Xian Gudian nodded. All right. The two walked along the city wall and into the distance. Xian Gudian suddenly spoke. You must have something to tell me, right? Yi Xian smiled. It's a small matter. However, the main reason is to see you. Xian Gudian looked at Yi Xian. What are you looking at me for? Yi Xian smiled. You are born beautiful. Just looking at you makes me feel inexplicably happy. Xian Gudian glared at Yi Xian. Don't be so flowery. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Gudian, I shouldn't be the first person to say that you are beautiful, right? Xian Gudian retorted. What if I am an extremely ugly person? Yi Xian was stunned. Miss Gudian, you might have misunderstood me. Xian Gudian frowned. What? Yi Xian sternly said, I said that you are born beautiful. Not only in terms of appearance, but also in terms of soul and character. In this world, there are many people who look good on the outside but are incomparably filthy and ugly on the inside. A person with a filthy and ugly heart, even if she looks good on the outside, is still filthy and ugly in my eyes. Miss Gudian, you are different. Not only are you beautiful on the outside, but you are also very kind on the inside. Compared to your appearance, I prefer your soul and your kind heart. As the saying goes, good-looking skin is the same, but interesting and kind souls are 1 in a million. He paused for a moment when he spoke up to this point, and then he said, my words might make you feel that it's slightly flashy and even slightly abrupt. But what I want to say is that it's the truest thoughts in my heart. We sword cultivators cultivate our hearts, and we never deceive our hearts. What we say is what we think in our hearts. Xian Gudian looked straight at Yi Xian. Although her expression was still calm, her heart began to tremble slightly. However, it quickly returned to normal. Xian Gudian looked at Yi Xian, and at this moment, Yi Xian was also looking at her. His eyes were as clear as water, and there was a faint smile on his face. Everything seemed so real. Xian Gudian suddenly retracted her gaze. Yi Xian's gaze was like a whirlpool that could suck people in. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. Miss Gudian, I have a gift for you. Xian Gudian turned and looked curiously. What gift? Yi Xian opened his palm, and a divine Tao code appeared in his hand. Yi Xian opened his palm. A divine path codex appeared in his hand. Seeing this divine way codex, Xian Gudian was dumbfounded. This, Yi Xian said seriously, this divine Tao code is different from the one I gave to your little brother and Li Shui. I studied this divine Tao code for half a month without rest, and then made detailed annotations. It is several times easier to cultivate. Shu Xian. Xian Gudian looked at the divine Tao code, and after a while, she shook her head. It's too precious. Yi Xian suddenly asked, is it as precious as our friendship? Xian Gudian was stunned. Yi Xian smiled and asked again, is it? Xian Gudian was silent, not knowing how to reply. Yi Xian suddenly placed the divine Tao code in Xian Gudian's hand. In my heart, even 10,000 divine Tao code cannot compare to a billionth of our friendship. As he spoke, he looked at Xian Gudian. Next time, don't use external objects to measure our friendship. I feel that using external objects to measure our friendship is an insult, a blasphemy. Xian Gudian looked at Yi Xian and did not say anything. Yi Xian smiled. Do you feel like I'm tricking you? Xian Gudian nodded. Yi Xian smiled. Then he turned around and walked away. Xian Gudian looked at the Immortal Tao code in her hand and sighed. Tricking? This was the Immortal Tao code. It was worth at least 50 million universe veins. Moreover, it was annotated. It was a priceless treasure. Did he have designs on her? Thinking to this point, she found that she was not angry at all. If he did, why didn't he say so? Thinking to this point, she suddenly found that she was a bit angry. Xian Gudian quickly shook her head and threw away those messy thoughts. She quickly caught up to Yi Xian and turned to look at Yi Xian. Angry? Yi Xian nodded. A bit. Because when I tell the truth, no one has ever believed me. Xian Gudian blinked. Have you ever lied before? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Often. Xian Gudian shook her head. I don't believe you. You look like a cynical person, but you are a very upright person. You are not someone who would lie. Yi Xian? Xian Gudian suddenly said, I will accept your Immortal Tao code. Don't be angry. Is that okay? Yi Xian smiled. I'm not that petty. Xian Gudian smiled. Okay. Yi Xian blinked. Can I be a bit more abrupt? Xian Gudian glared at Yi Xian. What do you want to say? Yi Xian smiled. I want to speak my mind, but I'm afraid you won't be happy. So, can I say it? Xian Gudian rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. She thought for a moment and raised a finger. You can only say one sentence, just one sentence. Yi Xian said seriously, you look really good when you smile. You're like a cherry that has just ripened, tender and alluring. I can't help but want to take a bite. Xian Gudian was first stunned, and then her cheeks blushed. She glared at Yi Xian. You are a bit of a lecher. Yi Xian was about to speak when Xian Gudian suddenly said softly, you can say one more sentence. Yi Xian. P.S. Please vote. If you voted, you can vote again. Chapter 2304. Say it again. Yi Xian blinked. I don't want to. Xian Gudian was startled. Xian Ji glared at Yi Xian. She was half embarrassed and half angry. Yi Xian smiled. It's not that I don't want to say it, I just don't dare to. Xian Gudian was a bit curious. Why? Yi Xian said seriously, I'm afraid you'll be angry. Xian Gudian rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. Why would I be angry? Yi Xian said with a smile, Miss Yao, you rarely smile, right? Xian Gudian was silent. Yi Xian said softly, if I'm not wrong, you have shouldered a lot since you were young. You were born in a big family, and if a woman wants to control her own fate, she has to work harder than a man. Only then will you be respected, valued, and not treated as a chess piece. In a big family like this, the concept of familial love is very weak, because everyone places benefits above all else. Everyone only cares about your realm, and no one cares about what you truly want. This is also the reason why you are so cold. You want to disguise yourself so that others don't see the weakness in your heart. Xian Gudian looked at Yi Xian. Suddenly, glistening tears flickered in her eyes, but they didn't fall. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he turned around. If you want to cry, then cry. I won't look. Pfft. Xian Gudian suddenly laughed. She glared at Yi Xian. Aren't you just burying your head in the sand? Yi Xian turned to look at Xian Gudian. When he saw the tears at the corner of her eyes, he took out a silk handkerchief and wiped them for her. He said softly, "Your strong appearance makes my heart ache." Xian Gudian just looked at Yi Xian without saying anything. Yi Xian blinked. "Do I look good?" Xian Gudian was slightly startled. She then shook her head and smiled. "Thick skin." Yi Xian laughed. The two of them continued forward. Not long after, the two of them arrived at a river. On both sides of the river, hundreds of flowers were in full bloom. Yi Xian turned his head and stared at Xian Guyao. Today, Xian Guyao was clad in a white dress that was untainted by even a speck of dust. Her long hair was casually draped behind her, yet it wasn't messy at all. Her exquisite facial features were enough to cause countless men to fall for her. Xian Gudian suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. "What are you looking at me for?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Yes." Xian Gudian glared at Yi Xian. She wasn't angry. Instead, she was bashful. Yi Xian retracted his gaze. He looked into the distance and softly said, "I have to say, humans are really visual creatures. Beautiful appearances, especially Miss Yao's beauty, can easily cause others to sink in." Xian Gudian suddenly asked, "Will you fall into depravity?" Yi Xian was stunned. He turned to look at Xian Gudian. Xian Gudian retracted her gaze and looked ahead, as if she wasn't the one who asked that question. Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, "I will." Xian Gudian turned to look at Yi Xian. She stared straight into Yi Xian's eyes as if she wanted to see through Yi Xian's heart. Yi Xian suddenly retracted his gaze. "Miss Yao, don't look at me like that." Xian Gudian asked, "Why?" Yi Xian faintly smiled. "I'm afraid that I will sink into depravity and be consigned to eternal damnation." Xian Gudian, Yi Xian suddenly pointed at a boulder in the distance. "Come, let's go sit there." After saying that, he brought Xian Gudian to the boulder. Then, he opened his palm and gently pulled. In an instant, two fish suddenly flew up from the river. Yi Xian directly started a fire to roast the fish. Xian Gudian looked at Yi Xian with a strange look in her eyes. Not long after, Yi Xian finished roasting two fish and handed one to Xian Gudian. "Try it." Xian Gudian hesitated for a moment before taking the fish and tasting it. After a while, she looked at Yi Xian. "Very good." Yi Xian laughed and said, "Miss Yao." Xian Gudian suddenly said, "You can call me Little Yao." Little Yao. Yi Xian blinked. "Your pet name?" Xian Gudian nodded and said softly, "Only my parents can call me that." Yi Xian grinned. "Little Yao, I have something to trouble you with." Xian Gudian said, "Speak." Yi Xian said solemnly, "I want to recruit students in Immortal Ancient City." He noticed a problem, and it was that if he wanted to recruit students, he could only go to the various large worlds and cities. Because besides the various large worlds and cities, there were truly too few people from other places. Moreover, the number of outstanding people was pitifully small. If he wanted to recruit even more and better students, then he could only go to the various large worlds and cities. Xian Gudian glanced at Yi Xian. "You said so many nice things just now. Is this what you were after?" Yi Xian hurriedly said, "How could that be? I'm not that sort of person." Xian Gudian shook her head slightly. "What you said just now isn't a problem." Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this, and then he said, "I'm basically trying to steal people from all of you." Xian Gudian grinned. "That will depend on your ability. If you can really steal them, then you're formidable. Of course, I have a small request as well, and that is to allow the members of my ancient immortal clan to join Mystic Observer Academy. I don't need many, just 4 or 5 spots. What do you think?" Yi Xian smiled, "That's fine. However, I need their character to pass." Xian Gudian nodded. "I'll choose them myself." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at the setting sun in the distance and said softly, "Little Yao, I'm going back." Xian Gudian fell silent. Even though she was slightly reluctant, she still nodded. Yi Xian stood up. He looked at Xian Gudian and smiled. "Do you know how beautiful you are when you smile?" Xian Gudian was slightly stunned. Yi Xian smiled, beautiful to the point of suffocating. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and flew up on his sword. A ray of sword light pierced through the sky and shook the world. A swordsman. Xian Gudian looked at the ray of sword light in the sky and said softly, "It really is a swordsman." As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something and shook her head with a smile. This smile caused all things to lose color. A short while later, Xian Gudian turned around and left. When she returned to the entrance of Immortal Ancient Mansion, the white-robed old man suddenly appeared by her side and bowed slightly. "Young miss, young master, you has arrived." He said he has something to give. Xian Gudian suddenly turned her head and her gaze was cold. "Tell him to scram." As soon as she finished speaking, she walked towards the inner mansion. However, after taking 2 steps, she stopped and said, "Scram further away." As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared on the spot. The white-robed old man. Guanxian Academy. After Yi Xian returned to the academy, he immediately went to find Xu Xian and Qingqiu. Yi Xian smiled. "Now, you can go to Immortal Ancient City to recruit people. However, remember to inform young Miss Yao before you go." Xu Xian nodded. "Of course." Yi Xian opened his palm and a spatial ring appeared in his hand. Inside were all of his universe veins. Previously, Southeast had given him some, and then he had obtained 15 million from Demonic Lotus. In addition to the 20 million that the head of the human race had given him previously, he now had 38 million universe veins. Yi Xian thought about it and then took out 5 million universe veins and gave it to Xu Xian. "Now that the academy is being built, we need money in all aspects. Don't be stingy with money." Xu Xian bowed. "Okay." Yi Xian took out another 5 million universe veins and gave it to Qingqiu. "This is for you. You need a lot of universe veins to cultivate. Don't be stingy with them. Understand?" Qingqiu nodded and said softly, "Okay." As soon as she finished speaking, she took the spatial ring. Her right hand held the spatial ring tightly. No one knew what she was thinking. Yi Xian said solemnly, "Our goal is not just the universe of gods, but the entire universe. The universe of gods is our foundation. Hence, I've decided to pay a visit to the various powers in the universe of gods. Currently, the various powers are still wary of us. I want to show them that we've come here to establish an academy and not to dominate the universe of gods. It is best if we can cooperate with them so that everyone can develop peacefully and achieve a win-win situation." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian felt a little emotional. Once upon a time, he would fight and kill wherever he went. He would fight and kill all the way to the end. He was really sick of that kind of life. Why couldn't the factions of the heavens coexist peacefully? Why did they have to fight and kill? Now that he looked back, he felt like an idiot. He would kill along the way. If he could beat them, he would act cool. If he couldn't beat them, he would call for help. His life was like a routine that kept repeating and repeating. This kind of life was really boring. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian got up. His next destination was Aeon City. After leaving Guanxian Academy, Yi Xian sat in a carriage and slowly moved into the distance. He did not choose to ride a sword. He sat in a carriage not to act cool but to slow himself down. In the past, he had left in too much of a hurry. Now, he had to slow down. Many times, it was better to calm down and settle down. In the carriage, Yi Xian was half lying down, holding an ancient book in his hand. The name of the ancient book, Book of Calligraphy. He especially liked this book, especially the two sentences in it: respect virtue, rebirth spirit. Virtue. It referred to moral conduct and morality. In his opinion, a person must have morals. If a person had no morals and no bottom line, how was he different from a beast? Rebirth spirit. These days, he had a deep feeling. The reason why he wanted to create the mortal sword Tao was because he felt that if he loved the universe and the living beings of the universe and the billions of living beings would also love him. If he treated the universe with the heart of killing, the universe would definitely return the favor with killing. Of course, he also knew that in this world where the strong were respected, it was very difficult to change many things. However, he still decided to do it. No one could do it except him. Because he, Yi Xian, was blessed by heaven. My father is invincible, my brother is invincible, my sister is invincible. This kind of earth-shattering event, other than me, Yi Xian, who can do it? If not me, who else? Thinking of this, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth rose slightly. He admitted that he was a little arrogant. He also wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength did not allow him to. He was born with an invincible backer, he was also very helpless. However, it was different from before. Now, he wanted to be a meaningful second generation. With such a powerful identity and background, if he only used it to act cool, it would be too degrading. As he said, he wanted to change the universe. Not only did he want to change the universe, but he also wanted to change his father. One day, he would stand in front of the green-robed man and confidently tell the green-robed man, "You are not a qualified father." After saying that, he slapped the green-robed man and sent him flying into the sky. Let go? Your father let you go, but you let me go? Who do you think you are? Chapter 2305. Of course, he could only think about it now. He knew his father's temper very well. If you tried to reason with him, he would argue with you. If you tried to reason with him, he would reason with you. If that didn't work, he would fight with his fists. Before he couldn't beat him, it was better to endure. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and continued reading. At this moment, a fragrant wind blew over. The next moment, a woman sat beside Yi Xian. The person who came was Yan Bei. Yi Xian looked at Yan Bei. Today, Yan Bei was wearing a purple robe. Below her slender neck, her skin was as white as sheep-fat jade. Below, her breasts were half covered. It was truly alluring. Looking further down, her waist was lightly bound by a white silk ribbon, which made it difficult to grasp. In particular, her eyes were even more charming than peach blossoms. As her gaze moved, it was very captivating. It had to be said that this Yan Bei's appearance did not lose to immortal ancient heaven at all. The beauty of the two was similar, yet different. Yi Xian withdrew his gaze and smiled. What's the matter? Yan Bei nodded. I want to go with you. Yi Xian did not understand. Why? Yan Bei shrugged. No why. I just want to go with you. Yi Xian nodded. Okay. Yan Bei turned to look at Yi Xian. You're not going to refuse? Yi Xian smiled. Why should I refuse? Yan Bei looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian also looked at her. As their gazes met, Yi Xian had a faint smile on his face. For a moment, the atmosphere became somewhat strange. After a long time, Yan Bei chuckled. You are the first man who dares to look directly at me like this. Moreover, your gaze is so clear. Yi Xian shook his head with a smile and continued reading. Do you think I've cultivated the sword all these years for nothing? Yan Bei suddenly said, I come from the Yan clan in the northern part of the desolate universe. Yi Xian continued reading without saying anything. Yan Bei continued, I am the Yan clan's goddess. Do you know about goddesses? He's the kind of person who dedicates his life to God. As she spoke, she suddenly snatched Yi Xian's book and said angrily, Am I not as good as the book? Yi Xian smiled, Speak, I'm listening. Yanbei glared at Yi Xian and said, "Do you know about God?" Yi Xian chuckled, "It's just some slightly stronger people." Yanbei looked at Yi Xian. "You are blaspheming God. In our place, you will be burned to death." Yi Xian blinked. "It's that serious?" Yanbei nodded. "In our family, we must believe in God. By the way, do you have any faith?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Yes." Yanbei asked, "Who?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Qing, Yanbei frowned slightly. "Never heard of her." Yi Xian chuckled. "My sister. She is my faith. Other than her, I don't recognize any other god. I believe in Qing, and I will be invincible forever." Yanbei rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. "Is she more powerful than God?" Yi Xian said seriously, "Then she is much more powerful." Yanbei suddenly sat in front of Yi Xian and looked straight at Yi Xian. "Stop bragging." Yi Xian was speechless. Yanbei continued, "I escaped. Do you know why?" Yi Xian asked, "You don't want to be bound for life?" Yanbei nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian was silent. Yanbei looked at Yi Xian. "They will come to take me back." Yi Xian was silent. Yanbei rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. "You're not talking again." Yi Xian said seriously, "Can you not sit so close to me?" At this moment, Yanbei was sitting in front of him. If she moved a little closer, she would be sitting on his lap. This position was really a little awkward. Yanbei stared at Yi Xian. "Aren't you a gentleman? If I'm not afraid, what are you afraid of?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Miss Yanbei, do you like me?" Hearing this, Yanbei was stunned. This question was too sudden. For a moment, she did not know how to answer. Her brain did not respond at all. "Come here." Yi Xian asked again, "Do you like me?" Yanbei was silent. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Hesitation means that you probably don't like me. Since you don't like me, do you think it's appropriate for you to be so close to me?" Yanbei looked at Yi Xian and did not say anything. Yi Xian smiled. "Maybe it's because I'm a little conservative. I think women should keep a certain distance from men, unless you really, really like him, and he likes you too. If you like him very much, and he likes you too, then you don't have to care about this. But if there's no mutual affection, this distance should still be maintained. The more a woman loves herself, the more she will be respected by men. Those women who don't love themselves and give themselves to men after a few flowery words are often wrong." As he said this, he opened his palm and gently guided. A gentle force lifted Yanbei up and moved her to sit next to him. Yi Xian continued, "It's not a sermon. It's just a little thought. If Miss Yanbei thinks it's reasonable, then listen. If you think it's unreasonable, then forget it." He, Yi Xian, was not a stud horse. He would not fall in love with everyone he met. Perhaps he would usually take advantage of others verbally, but he had a bottom line. After a moment of silence, Yanbei said, "Thank you." Yi Xian smiled. "What are you thanking me for?" Yanbei looked at Yi Xian. "Respect." Yi Xian respected her. Yi Xian smiled faintly. "Respect is necessary." Yanbei suddenly said, "I want to join the academy. I really want to join." Yi Xian was silent. Yanbei hurriedly said, "I'll be honest. I want to join the academy. First, I want to seek your protection. Second, I really like the academy. I like the atmosphere here, and I like you. What I mean is, I like talking with you. I feel that I can learn a lot from talking with you." Yi Xian was deep in thought. Yanbei continued, "I also know that if I join the academy, it will definitely bring trouble to you and the academy. But, I really want to join the academy." As she said this, she suddenly hugged her head and was a little dejected. "But I really don't want to drag you down. If I join the academy, the Yen clan will not let you go. They will definitely cause trouble for you. Do you know? I hesitated for a long time last night. I was hesitating whether or not to leave, but I really don't want to leave. I like it here, and I like. As she said this, she raised her head and secretly glanced at Yi Xian. She did not continue speaking. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Is the Yen clan very powerful?" Yen Bei nodded and said softly, "They are more powerful than any faction in the universe of gods." Yi Xian smiled. "Then, aren't you afraid that I will be beaten to death?" Yen Bei blinked. "But I feel that you are even more powerful." Yi Xian was a little curious. "Why?" Yen Bei hesitated for a moment and then said, "You give off the feeling that you are invincible." Yi Xian was stunned at first, then he laughed. So, he had unknowingly developed the demeanor of an expert. At this moment, the carriage suddenly stopped. Yi Xian looked into the distance and saw an old man standing not far away. The old man was looking at Yi Xian with a smile. Yi Xian immediately stood up and cupped his fists. "You are?" The old man smiled. "Greetings, young Master Yi. I am Primeval City Lord, Xiao Yu. I have been waiting for young Master Yi for a long time." Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Then, he hurriedly got off the carriage with Yen Bei. He walked in front of Xiao Yu and cupped his fists. "So it is City Lord Xiao. It is an honor to meet you." Xiao Yu smiled. "Young Master Yi, are you coming to my primeval city?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." As he said this, he glanced behind Xiao Yu. "Is primeval city just ahead?" Xiao Yu shook his head. "It is still very far from here." Yi Xian was stunned. Xiao Yu was speechless. "If I didn't come, you would have to travel for half a year with this carriage of yours." Xiao Yu smiled. "Young Master Yi, let's go to the city and talk." Yi Xian nodded. "Okay." Xiao Yu glanced at the carriage behind Yi Xian. "This," Yi Xian smiled. "It's fine." As he said this, he opened his palm and put away the carriage. Xiao Yu smiled. "Please." As he said this, the three of them disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the three of them had arrived at Primeval City. It had to be said that Primeval City was also very imposing. It was not inferior to Immortal City in the slightest. Xiao Yu smiled. "Young Master Yi, I wonder why you came to my Primeval City this time," Yi Xian said with a straight face, "to give a gift." Xiao Yu was stunned. "To give a gift?" Yi Xian nodded. He opened his palm and an ancient book appeared in front of Xiao Yu. Seeing this ancient book, Xiao Yu's expression suddenly changed. He blurted out, F***ck. As he said this, his face turned red and he quickly shut his mouth. Yi Xian said with a straight face, "Senior, do you like it?" Xiao Yu quickly said, "I like it." As he said this, he turned around and roared, "Hurry up and bring me my precious immortal wine." Yi Xian smiled. "Senior, you can only read this divine Tao Codex. I can't give it to you. After you read it, can you memorize it? Is that okay?" Xiao Yu quickly nodded. "Okay, it's totally okay. How could it not be okay to get it for free?" Xiao Yu was about to die from pleasure. Xiao Yu suddenly said, "Young Master Yi, please. Let's go to the inner hall to talk." Just like that, under Xiao Yu's lead, Yi Xian and Yen Bei arrived at the primeval hall. After taking a seat, someone immediately served them the immortal wine. Yi Xian took a sip. As the wine entered his throat, he was slightly stunned. Delicious. After the wine entered his body, he discovered that the wine actually turned into pure spiritual energy and began to nourish his body. Xiao Yu said with a smile, "Young Master Yi, is it okay?" Yi Xian nodded. "Good wine. Really good wine." Xiao Yu laughed and then opened his palm. A storage ring slowly floated in front of Yi Xian. The process of brewing this wine is extremely difficult. Therefore, I don't have much, only 100 jars. Today, young Master Yi and I are fated, so I'll give them all to young Master Yi. Yi Xian said with a smile, then I won't be polite, ha. Xiao Yu laughed. Young Master Yi is forthright. This old man really likes your personality. As he said this, he paused and then said, Young Master Yi, are you married? If not, I have a few pretty good daughters. Each of them is an outstanding beauty. If you like them, you can marry them all. As he said this, he suddenly felt a chill. He turned around and saw Yan Bei looking at him. Xiao Yu hurriedly laughed awkwardly. This. I was just saying. Yi Xian smiled. Senior, I won't hide it from you. I came here today because I have something to ask of you. Xiao Yu waved his hand. Speak, speak. We are brothers, so who is who? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Then I'll be straightforward. To tell you the truth, I want to establish an academy, but I'm lacking people. Therefore, I want to come to the ancient races to recruit some people. Is that possible? Xiao Yu blinked. That's it? Yi Xian nodded. Xiao Yu laughed. Isn't this just a small matter? Young Master Yi, feel free to recruit people. If you need any help from my ancient race, just let me know. Yi Xian smiled. I've long heard that there are many monstrous geniuses in the ancient races. I want to recruit several students from the ancient races, those with good characters. I wonder what Senior thinks about this. What he wanted to do was to make everyone share a common interest with him. Everyone shared a common interest and developed peacefully. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes and smiled. Good. Very good. It had to be said that the current him was extremely shocked. This young Master Yi was young, but his worldly wisdom was truly terrifying. Xiao Yu sighed in his heart. It was true that every generation had its own talents. The new generation would replace the old. Xiao Yu looked at Yi Xian. The more he looked at him, the more pleasing he felt. At this moment, a thought suddenly rose in his mind. Damn, should I drug this kid and have him cook rice with my daughter? If this kid became my son-in-law, then damn, I'll be rich. The more Xiao Yu thought about it, the more excited he became. P.S. Recently, I've been scolded a lot, saying that I don't fight, so I'm not passionate anymore. Do you like to watch people fight? Chapter 2306. Xiao Yu looked at Yi Xian, finding him more and more pleasing to the eye. This young man was truly outstanding. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stood up and said with a smile, Senior Xiao, I still have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. He really couldn't stand this old man's gaze. He even suspected that this old man had some sort of bad hobby. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Xiao Yu was slightly taken aback, and then said, You're leaving now? Yi Xian nodded. Xiao Yu hesitated for a moment, and then said, Do you want to get to know my daughter? She's really pretty. Yi Xian was speechless. Half an hour later, Yi Xian and Yan Bei left Primeval City. Outside the city, on the carriage, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Xiao Yu was really too enthusiastic just now. Why did he have to introduce his daughter to me? Am I that kind of lecherous person? Really? At this moment, Yan Bei suddenly said in a calm voice, Didn't you feel good? Yi Xian looked at Yan Bei. What did I feel good about? Yan Bei's expression was calm. He wanted to introduce his daughter to you. Are you not happy? Yi Xian smiled. Senior Xiao is really too enthusiastic. Yan Bei looked at Yi Xian with a faint smile. Aren't you interested in his daughter? She might really be a peerless beauty. Yi Xian smiled, and then said, If you're talking about peerless beauties, don't I already have one by my side? Yan Bei was slightly taken aback, and then immediately understood. She immediately rolled her eyes at Yi Xian, glib tongue. Yi Xian laughed, let's go to the mystic world. After saying that, he lightly shook the reins, and the next moment, the carriage swaggered off. Inside the carriage, Yi Xian sat with his legs crossed, and in his hand, he held an ancient book. Yan Bei was sitting next to Yi Xian. She was reading with Yi Xian. However, she did not lean on Yi Xian. Instead, she kept a certain distance from him. Yi Xian didn't care about her. Her biggest interest now wasn't beauty, but reading. Yi Xian read the book very seriously. He realized that reading could improve his thinking and realm, broaden his horizons, and get rid of his impetuosity. In the past, he was too impetuous. Moreover, the evil aura was quite strong. And he discovered that when he truly calmed his heart and settled down, his cultivation speed became even faster. He felt that if he met his father in the future, he would definitely ask him to study more. His father only knew how to fight and kill all day. It was really boring. At this time, Yan Bei suddenly said softly, "Do you have a woman you like?" Yi Xian was taken aback for a moment before he smiled and said, "Yes." Yan Bei was stunned, and then she said, "Who?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "A girl who likes to wear white dresses and hold guns." "She doesn't really like to talk." After a moment of silence, Yan Bei said, "How did you meet?" Yi Xian put down the book, looked out the window, and said softly, "That year, I was still very young, in Lanxiu." Looking at the distant horizon, Yi Xian's thoughts gradually drifted to the former Qing city. And Guesher. Thinking of An Lanxiu, who was once dressed in white like snow, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. He still remembered the woman riding a white horse in Qing city. It had to be said that he was lucky to meet An Lanxiu. Yan Bei glanced at Yi Xian with a sad expression. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Miss Yan Bei, do you know what is love?" Yan Bei was stunned. Yi Xian smiled slightly, put down the ancient book in his hand, and then said, "Love is when he is present, there is only him in your eyes. When he is not here, everything has his shadow. Like is when you suddenly think of him when you are reading in the middle of the night, imagine what he is doing right now, and feel a wave of warmth in your heart, but never contact him. Like and love are different. To sum it up, like is a faint love, and love is a deep like." Yan Bei was silent. She naturally knew what Yi Xian meant. Yan Bei raised her head and looked straight at Yi Xian. "You think that I only like you now, and not love, right?" Yi Xian was silent for a moment, and then said, "I don't think I am outstanding enough to make a girl fall in love with me after knowing me for a few days." Yan Bei stared at Yi Xian. "Then do you know? All love begins with liking. I admit that I only like you right now, and there is a little curiosity in the like. To say that love is not enough. But so what? Can I like you?" Yi Xian was about to speak, but Yan Bei suddenly grabbed Yi Xian's collar, and said angrily, "Don't talk to me about the great principles in those books. I am asking you, can I like you?" Yi Xian, Yan Bei stared at Yi Xian, "Can you or can't you?" Yi Xian nodded, "Yes." Yan Bei let go of Yi Xian's collar, and then said lightly, "Whether you like me or not, that is your business. Anyway, I like you now. Although it is not love, I don't care. This is my right, right?" Yi Xian nodded honestly, "Yes." Yan Bei suddenly asked, "Then, do you like me?" As she said that, she suddenly clenched her hands, a little nervous. Yi Xian was silent. Yan Bei stared at Yi Xian. "Is it hard to answer?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "I don't hate it." Yan Bei glared at Yi Xian. "You scholars are all bullsh t, bah." Although she was angry on the surface, her hands loosened. Yi Xian smiled, and then lay down. He covered his face with the book, closed his eyes, and meditated. Profound understanding. During this time, he had been studying this realm every day, and he wanted to reach the extreme. Otherwise, he could totally study Dongxian. One had to know, with Dedeabi, he could reach Dongxian at any time. The reason why he did not do so was that he wanted to reach the extreme of profound understanding. Not only the profound understanding realm, but also his sword skills, he wanted to reach the extreme. After combining the past, future, and present into one sword to cut through nothingness, he gave it a new name, Void Slash. Now, he was confident that he could kill a profound understanding realm in a second. As for Dongxian, he was not completely sure. Because he had seen Shenlong before, he could feel how terrifying Shenlong was. In other words, this Dongxian realm still had some tricks up its sleeves. However, he was not afraid. With his current strength, if he urged Daebi, it would be easy to kill a Dongxian realm. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was suddenly shocked. Damn, did he seem to have some kind of cheat? At this moment, the carriage suddenly stopped. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He got up and looked outside the carriage. Not far away, there stood a black-robed man. Yi Xian suddenly turned to look at Yan Bei, and Yan Bei's expression was quite ugly. Seeing Yan Bei, Yi Xian understood and said softly, "Yan clan?" Yan Bei nodded, and his right hand slowly clenched. "I didn't expect them to come so quickly," the black-robed man suddenly said hoarsely. "Goddess, you've played for so long. It's time to go back." After a moment of silence, Yan Bei said, "Okay." After saying that, she suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was about to speak, but she hugged Yi Xian. Yi Xian was stunned. Yan Bei hugged Yi Xian tightly and said softly, "I won't forget you." After saying that, she turned around and jumped off the carriage, walking toward the black-robed man. Her expression was as calm as water. Obviously, she had already made this decision. At this moment, a hand suddenly grabbed Yan Bei. Yan Bei turned her head, and it was Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled slightly. "You seem to be from my academy. If you want to leave, you have to ask me, the dean." Yan Bei looked straight at Yi Xian. "I want to go." Yi Xian said softly, "Are you afraid of dragging me down?" Yan Bei lowered her head slightly, and suddenly said with a trembling voice, "I lied to you before." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "What did you lie to me about?" Yan Bei looked up at Yi Xian. "The Yan clan is much, much stronger than I said. There are true see-through realm powerhouses in the Yan clan. Moreover, behind the Yan clan, there is a legendary ancient god." Yi Xian was silent. Yan Bei continued, "I came to the academy for two purposes. The first is to use you, and the second is to steal the divine Tao code." Yi Xian smiled. "What else?" Yan Bei shook her head. "Nothing else." Yi Xian smiled slightly. "Now it seems that you've succeeded." Yan Bei looked at Yi Xian. "You don't want me to leave?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, "Let me put it another way. You are now a student of my academy, and I have the responsibility to protect you." Yan Bei shook her head. "I don't need it. I'll withdraw from the academy now." After saying that, she turned around and walked toward the black-robed man. At this moment, she had never been so conflicted before. Just as she said, she came to the academy to use Yi Xian, but after spending some time with Yi Xian, she discovered that she began to have a good impression of this man. It was good impression, but it couldn't be considered love. She really wanted to stay in the academy, but she knew that if she stayed, she would bring endless trouble to Yi Xian. Thus, she decisively chose to leave. She didn't want to bring endless trouble to the man behind her. At this moment, her hand was pulled again. Yan Bei turned to look at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian smiled slightly. "You can't leave." Yan Bei looked at Yi Xian, slightly angry. "Do you know how terrifying the Yan clan is? Do you? You don't know that you can't fight against the Yan clan at all." Yi Xian shook his head. Yan Bei was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly pulled her behind him. "Women should shut up when men do things." Yan Bei, Yi Xian looked at the black-robed man in front of him and smiled. "We're both men, so let's be more direct. Do you want to fight with words or force? If you want to fight with words, I'll reason with you. If you want to fight with force, then we'll fight." The black-robed man thought for a moment, then said, then let's fight. Boom! A sword light slashed the black-robed man's body without warning. In an instant, the black-robed man's physical body shattered, leaving only his soul. Yan Bei was stunned. She looked at Yi Xian, her eyes filled with disbelief. She didn't see Yi Xian make a move, but she knew that it was Yi Xian who attacked just now. He was that strong? Yan Bei was completely petrified. In the distance, the black-robed man, who only had his soul left, suddenly raised his hands in surrender and said with a trembling voice, "Big brother. I choose to fight with words." Chapter 2307. Someone in writing. It had to be said that the black-robed man was completely dumbfounded. What had just happened? He hadn't even seen how Yi Xian had struck, and then his body was gone. At this moment, his mind was blank. Yi Xian looked at the black-robed man who only had a soul left and chuckled. "One?" The black-robed man hurriedly nodded. At this moment, his mind had regained its clarity. He knew that he had underestimated the strength of this man before him, and it was a huge underestimation. Yi Xian smiled. "Yan Bei is a member of my academy. She doesn't want to go back now, so we should respect her wishes and freedom. What do you think?" The black-robed man hesitated for a moment, and then he said with a trembling voice, "Whatever you say." Yi Xian was slightly displeased. "I'm reasoning with you, not threatening you." The black-robed man fell silent. "Damn it. If you want to be reasonable, can you first move that sword away from my head? Is there anyone in this world who is so reasonable?" Yi Xian said, "We should respect everyone's personal freedom. What do you think?" The black-robed man hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Can we really be reasonable?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes. Don't worry. Even though I've killed a lot of people, I basically don't kill people randomly. You can rest assured on this point." The black-robed man's expression froze. Yi Xian said, "Speak." The black-robed man fell silent for a moment before he said, "I think you're right." Yi Xian asked seriously, "The truth?" The black-robed man nodded. "The truth?" Yi Xian nodded slightly. "Then go back and tell the Yan clan that Yan Bei is now a student of my academy. If there are any problems, the Yan clan can look for me directly." The black-robed man looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian smiled. "Is there a problem?" The black-robed man hesitated for a moment before he said, "Can I have a problem?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." The black-robed man thought for a moment before he said, "This is the Yan clan's matter. Isn't it bad for outsiders to interfere?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "She is now my student." The black-robed man immediately said, "She is a member of the Yan clan. As a member of the Yan clan, the clan nurtured her, so she should be responsible to the clan. What do you think?" Yi Xian nodded. "That's right." Hearing this, the black-robed person hurriedly said, "As a goddess, she should serve the god we believe in. Of course, I understand that this is indeed unreasonable from the outside world's point of view. However, the customs of the universe are different. Shouldn't we respect other people's customs and culture?" Yi Xian nodded. "That makes sense." The black-robed man continued, "When I came to find her, I didn't say that I wanted to hurt her. Yet, you shattered my physical body without saying a word. Isn't that a little too much?" Yi Xian laughed and said, "You were the one who wanted to fight. Of course, I admit that I was a bit heavy-handed, but I really didn't know that you're so weak, and I don't mean to insult you. I really only used 10% of my strength just now." The black-robed man's face twitched. After a moment of silence, he said, "Okay, this is my fault. I was too careless." As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian. "Back to the previous topic. Since you respect our customs and culture, shouldn't you let her go back with me?" Yi Xian laughed and said, "No. The black-robed man's expression froze. Are you not going to reason with me? Yi Xian laughed and said, No. What I mean is that after a while, I will go back with her. The black-robed man looked at Yi Xian and frowned slightly. Sir, do you know the Yen clan in the northern part of the desolate universe? Yi Xian smiled slightly. Are you trying to tell me that you're very powerful? The black-robed man's expression was calm. I don't dare. Yi Xian laughed and said, Go back and tell your Yen clan's patriarch that I will bring Yen Bei to the Yen clan another day. At that time, if your Yen clan sends a civil one, I will reason with you. If you want to fight, as he spoke, he smiled slightly and did not say anything. The black-robed man looked at Yi Xian. If you want to fight, what will you do? Yi Xian opened his palm. The sword above the black-robed man's head suddenly turned into a sword light and landed in his hand. He turned and pulled Yen Bei toward the carriage. I am invincible. Your Yen clan can do whatever you want. The black-robed man, as the black-robed man watched, Yi Xian's carriage slowly drove into the distance. In the same place, the black-robed man was silent for a moment before saying softly, Young man, you know nothing about the Yen clan's strength. As he spoke, he turned and disappeared into the starry sky. In the carriage, Yen Bei looked at Yi Xian. Are you really going to the Yen clan with me? Yi Xian nodded. Yen Bei threw Yi Xian a look with a complicated look in his eyes. Yi Xian put down the ancient book in his hand and smiled. Are you worried? The Yen clan nodded. My father is a stubborn old man. Moreover, he is extremely loyal to the ancient gods. Not only him, but the experts of my clan are also extremely loyal to the ancient gods. It is impossible for you to change their minds. Yi Xian smiled slightly. It's fine. When the time comes, just leave everything to me. Yen Bei glanced at Yi Xian and lowered her head slightly. It was unknown if they were looking at each other very slowly. Yi Xian suddenly lifted the curtain. He looked at the blue sky and white clouds in the distance and smiled. Running away is not a solution. If I'm not wrong, although you don't like to be a goddess, you still have feelings for your father and your clan, right? Yen Bei nodded. Just as Yi Xian said, although she didn't want to be a goddess, she wanted to go back. After all, the Yen clan was her home. Yi Xian retracted his gaze and looked at Yen Bei. Since you have feelings for them, then all the more we should talk to them. Talk it out. After all, we are still a family. What do you think? Yen Bei looked at Yi Xian. Do you know? They only respect those with strength and background. If you go, no matter how strong you are, they won't take you seriously. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Yen Bei and smiled. He gently flicked the hair on Yen Bei's shoulder and smiled. Don't talk to me about your family background. Yen Bei was a little confused. Why? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Because my family background is really invincible. Yen Bei glared at Yi Xian. You are good at everything, but sometimes you like to brag. This is a bad habit. Yi Xian's expression froze. It had to be said that Yi Xian was really speechless. He realized that he was not suited to speak the truth. No one really believed him. At this moment, it suddenly started to rain. Outside the carriage, the rain was getting heavier. Yi Xian was not reading but was chatting with Yen Bei. Yen Bei sat next to Yi Xian. She leaned her head against the window and looked at the drizzle outside. She said softly, I have never felt so peaceful before. As she said that, she suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. I don't know why, but when I am by your side, not only do I feel very peaceful, but I also feel very safe. Yi Xian said softly, I have someone I like. Yen Bei looked at Yi Xian. Then why did you flirt with me? Yi Xian hurriedly said, I didn't. Yen Bei looked straight at Yi Xian. That is also your fault. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Why? Yan Bei suddenly leaned her head against Yi Xian's shoulder and said softly, "Your fault is that you are too outstanding. You unknowingly stole someone's heart." "You damn heart thief," Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Am I that outstanding?" Yan Bei nodded slightly. "Handsome, rich, knowledgeable, strong, and a swordsman. His family background is mysterious, and he is considerate." As she said that, she turned to look at Yi Xian. "In the gods' universe, is there any man more outstanding than you?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "Probably not." Pfft! Yan Bei burst into laughter all of a sudden. She rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. "One more thing. You are a little shameless." Yi Xian laughed. The rain was getting heavier. Looking out of the window, it was a blur. Not long after, the carriage suddenly stopped. Yi Xian looked into the distance. Not far in front of the carriage stood an old man with a folding fan in his hand. This old man was Li Shui's father, Li Lan. Yi Xian turned to look at Yan Bei and said with a smile, "Let's go down." Yan Bei shook her head. "You can go down. I'll stay here and read some books." Yi Xian nodded. "Okay." Yan Bei looked at Yi Xian walking away. She opened her palm and a talisman appeared in her hand. Looking at Yi Xian in the rain, Yan Bei's eyes gradually blurred as if it was raining. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito. "I know you're strong, very strong, but I can't let you go with me to the Yan clan. Perhaps the Yan clan isn't as strong as the faction behind you, but I don't dare to gamble. I really don't dare to gamble. Because if I lose, you'll die." As she said that, the tears in her eyes were like the rain outside the window, getting heavier and heavier. Yan Bei looked at Yi Xian in the distance. Her face was filled with tears, but she was smiling. "These days, I feel that it's absurd. I never thought that I would like a man in such a short time, but liking is liking. I can't control it. What can I do?" As she said that, her smile suddenly became bitter. "But, you already have someone you like." As she said that, her heart suddenly felt like it was being pricked by needles. "When you said that you already have someone you like, do you know how much my heart hurt at the time? Have you experienced it before? You probably haven't. You're so outstanding. The person you like must also like you. Why didn't I meet you earlier? Why?" As she said that, her gaze gradually became blank. Her right hand tightly gripped the talisman in her hand. "Let me look at you one more time." Just one more time. In the distance, Yi Xian slowly walked towards Li Lan. Seeing Yi Xian walk over, Li Lan hurriedly came to greet him. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped and turned his head. His gaze fell directly on the carriage. At that moment, the carriage was empty. Left? Yi Xian was stunned. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian shook his head. "Is this your choice?" As he said that, he turned and walked towards Li Lan. "Since this is your choice, I will respect it." He gave up on the idea of going to the Yan clan in the Divine Mountain. Chapter 2308. But after taking 2 steps, Yi Xian stopped again. Why did she suddenly leave? Yi Xian frowned. A moment later, he slowly clenched his right hand. This girl was afraid of dragging him down, so she decided to return to the Yan clan on her own. Thinking of this, Yi Xian sighed softly. Silly girl. At this time, Li Lan quickly walked in front of Yi Xian and said respectfully, "Young Master Yi." Of course, he respected Yi Xian. How could a person who could present the divine path code as a gift be an average person? Moreover, he already knew about the Yan clan giving in. Clearly, this young Master Yi was stronger than he imagined. Yi Xian looked at Li Lan and smiled slightly. "Senior, I have some matters to take care of. I'll visit another day. Please forgive me." Li Lan hurriedly asked, "Do you need help? If you do, young Master Yi, please tell me." Yi Xian smiled. I'm going to fight. Li Lan asked, fight who? I have many people. Yi Xian smiled slightly. The desolate cosmos god mountains Yen clan. Li Lan's expression froze. Yi Xian laughed. Senior, help me take care of my horse. With that, he turned and rode his sword. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the starry sky. Li Lan looked at the carriage in front of him. In the starry sky, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. He opened his palm, and the Xiantian token appeared in his hand. He activated the Xiantian token. A moment later, Nanqing appeared in front of Yi Xian. Seeing Yi Xian, Nanqing immediately bowed deeply. Young Master Yi. Yi Xian's expression was calm. Where is the desolate cosmos? Nanqing immediately said, arrange it immediately. With that, he turned and left. Not long after, Nanqing appeared in front of Yi Xian again. He opened his palm, and a storage ring floated out. Soon, a huge teleportation formation appeared in front of Yi Xian. He directly moved the teleportation array from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion to the front of Yi Xian. At the same time, 9 strong practitioners of the Profound Understanding realm appeared on the field. Qing bowed slightly, Young Master Yi, all the experts of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion of the Gods Cosmos have arrived. If Young Master Yi feels that this is not enough, I will immediately transfer experts from other cosmos. Yi Xian looked at Nanqing. You know what I want to do? Nanqing replied, I don't know. In any case, we'll do whatever Young Master Yi tells us to do. Yi Xian smiled, I appreciate your kindness, but I alone am enough. With that, he directly entered the teleportation array and disappeared. Nanqing's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately said, let's go to the desolate universe. An old man at Qing Kingdom's side hesitated for a moment, then said, President, didn't Young Master Yi say that he doesn't want us? Nanqing said angrily, idiot. Just because Young Master Yi says he doesn't want us, does that mean we won't go? Young Master Yi is obviously going to fight. He may not want our help, but we have to go, understand? The old man frowned slightly, why? Nanqing sighed softly, don't just cultivate. If you have nothing to do, read more books like Young Master Yi. The old man, Nanqing said in a low voice, he can choose not to, but we have to go. It's like giving gifts and treating people to a meal in the secular world. Whether they want to eat or not is their business, but you have to do it properly. If you don't do it properly, in a small way, you don't understand the ways of the world, and in a big way, you're cutting off your own future, understand? The old man, Nanqing didn't waste any more words and directly entered the teleportation array. Where he stood, the old man was silent for a moment, then softly said, is this why, after working so hard for so many years, my salary is still lower than yours? With that, he shook his head and sighed, then hurriedly followed the group of experts beside him into the teleportation array. In the desolate universe. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, he was in a valley. In this valley, he saw hundreds of teleportation arrays. This should have been built by Qin Guan. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. He suddenly forgot to ask where the Yan tribe of the Divine Mountain was. At this moment, the teleportation array to the side suddenly trembled. In the next moment, a bloody head flew out. Yi Xian turned his head to look at the teleportation array. Soon, behind the head, a woman slowly walked out. The woman looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. She wore a long black dress with bright red plum blossoms embroidered on it. If one looked closely, they would see that it was blood. Her long hair was tied up high and held in place by a blood-red ribbon. It hung behind her head like a ponytail. Her eyebrows were like a painting, and under them was a pair of eyes as cold as water. When she looked at someone, it made them feel as if they had fallen into an icehouse and chilled them to the bone. At her waist was a scimitar. On the hilt of the scimitar was a blood-red gourd the size of a thumb. After the woman walked out, she glanced at Yi Xian. Her expression was cold and emotionless. Yi Xian thought for a moment and then said, "Miss, where is the Yan tribe of the Divine Mountain?" The woman looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian glanced at her and then turned to leave. This woman didn't seem like a good person. It was best not to provoke her. At this moment, the woman suddenly pointed to the right. Yi Xian turned to look at the woman. "The right?" The woman nodded. Yi Xian nodded slightly. "Thank you." With that, he flew up on his sword and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. But at this moment, he suddenly turned around and found that the woman was following behind him. Yi Xian blinked. "Why are you following me?" The woman glanced at the pen on Yi Xian's waist, and then she looked at Yi Xian. "I'm going the same way." Her voice was very cold, a bone-chilling coldness that was very uncomfortable to listen to. "Same way?" Yi Xian glanced at the woman and said, "You're not thinking of robbing me, are you?" The woman looked at Yi Xian and pointed at the dayabi on Yi Xian's waist. "I'll play with it." Yi Xian was slightly shocked. This woman actually wants the dayabi. Has she recognized the dayabi? In next to no time, Yi Xian shook his head and denied this thought. Up until now, only Qin Guan had recognized the dayabi. This woman probably only sensed that the dayabi wasn't simple. Yi Xian looked at the woman and shook his head. "No." The woman narrowed her eyes and placed her left hand on the hilt of her blade. In an instant, a terrifying blade aura enveloped Yi Xian. Yi Xian frowned. Half-steps see-through profound. Because of the dayabi, he could clearly see the woman's realm. The woman looked at Yi Xian but didn't make a move. She seemed to be slightly afraid. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to the woman. He turned around and vanished into the horizon. The woman hesitated for a moment and then hurriedly followed him. Divine Mountain. In the entire desolate cosmos, there were countless forces of various sizes, but the strongest were the southern Azura city and the Yen clan of Divine Mountain. The Yen clan of Divine Mountain believed in ancient gods. As for the so-called ancient gods, no one knew what they were. They only knew that they didn't belong to this era. On the way to Divine Mountain, Yi Xian turned to look at the woman. She was still following him. Yi Xian thought for a moment and then stopped. The moment he stopped, the woman also stopped. Yi Xian slowly walked toward the woman. The woman looked at Yi Xian and narrowed her eyes. In an instant, the blood-colored plum blossoms on her skirt began to spin. In an instant, the space and time around them became chaotic. Yi Xian was startled. This woman was so fierce. Yi Xian suddenly grabbed a dayabi and waved his hand. "Stop." Bang. In an instant, the chaotic space and time around them returned to normal. Dayabi, seeing this, the woman's pupils shrank and a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. Yi Xian looked at the woman. "Do you know that stealing things is not good?" The woman stared at the pen in Yi Xian's hand and didn't speak. At this time, Yi Xian had already arrived in front of the woman. The woman tightly held the blade in her hand. She was on guard. As long as Yi Xian made the slightest movement, she would attack. Li Xian glanced at the blade in the woman's hand and said, "Can I play with your blade?" The woman narrowed her eyes and a murderous look flashed across her eyes. Yi Xian immediately said, "Look, you don't even want to let me play with your saber, but you want my pen. Do you think that's normal? You have to put yourself in someone else's shoes, you." The woman suddenly removed the curved blade from her waist and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression froze. "What the hell? You're not following the script, are you?" Looking at the scimitar the woman handed over, Yi Xian was silent. The woman looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "I can let you play with me, but only for fun. Moreover, you have to help me do something." The woman nodded, "Sure." Yi Xian nodded. "Follow me." With that, he turned around and left. This trip to the Yen clan would probably not end well. This woman was obviously a good fighter. It was better to be prepared with a helper. As if thinking of something, he stopped and turned to look at the woman. I might have to fight with the Yen clan. Are you afraid? The woman looked at Yi Xian. I'm not afraid. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Then let's go. With that, he rode his sword and disappeared. The woman hurriedly followed. Before long, Yi Xian followed the woman to the Divine Mountain. The Divine Mountain was tens of thousands of meters tall and pierced into the clouds. Ordinary people couldn't see the top at all. At the foot of the Divine Mountain, Yi Xian looked up at the peak. At this moment, a black-robed man appeared in front of Yi Xian. It was the black-robed man he had met before. At this moment, the black-robed man's body had recovered. The black-robed man looked at Yi Xian. I didn't expect that you would really come. Yi Xian smiled and said, I want to see Yan Bei. Then take her away. The black-robed man shook his head. What if I say no? Yi Xian smiled and said, do your words represent the Yen clan? The black-robed man nodded, yes. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then smiled and said, I've been reading a lot lately. I don't want to lose my temper. The black-robed man looked at Yi Xian. I want to see you lose your temper. Yi Xian nodded, okay. As his voice fell, he opened his palm. Swords, come. Buzz. Suddenly, the surrounding space-time trembled violently. Then, countless swords shuttled from all over the world. In the blink of an eye, the sky behind Yi Xian was filled with millions of swords. In an instant, the entire Divine Mountain was shocked. The woman glanced at Yi Xian and did not speak. At the foot of the Divine Mountain, Yi Xian's aura suddenly soared. In an instant, his aura directly changed from profound insight to profound insight. Moreover, his aura was still soaring wildly. The powerful aura swept through the entire Divine Mountain like a storm. At this moment, all the experts of the Yen clan felt an extremely terrifying pressure, as if they were suffocating. Yi Xian looked at the black-robed man who had already turned to stone in front of him and said with a smile, have you seen such a young profound insight realm expert? The black-robed man said with a trembling voice, no. Yi Xian smiled and gently patted the black-robed man's shoulder. 3 breaths. If I don't see Yan Bei in 3 breaths, I will start slaughtering the clan. Slaughtering the clan? You really know how to brag. At this moment, loud laughter suddenly came from the top of the Divine Mountain. Then, a terrifying aura soared into the sky. In the next moment, an old man rushed over. An expert of the Divine Mountain Yen clan. And he was at the profound insight realm. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly waved his brush. The tip of the brush slashed out. Whoosh! In the sky, the head of the profound insight realm elder who had just appeared flew out. It was an instant kill. In front of Yi Xian, the black-robed man's legs suddenly turned to jelly. He knelt down and said with a trembling voice, Boss. Miss will be out soon. P.S. Monthly votes, monthly votes. If you don't vote and he doesn't vote, when can the bastard sister make a name for herself? Chapter 2309. A Dongxian expert was instantly killed? At this moment, all the experts of the Yen clan were dumbfounded. That was a Dongxian expert. He was instantly killed just like that. Moreover, he was directly erased. In front of Yi Xian, the black-robed man was so scared that he peed his pants. He really peed his pants. That was instantly killing a Dongxian expert. How terrifying was his strength. Behind Yi Xian, the woman stared at Yi Xian. No, it should be said that she stared at the pen in Yi Xian's hand. There was a deep sense of fear in her cold gaze. At this moment, a woman slowly walked over from afar. The person who came was Bei Yan. Seeing Yan Bei, Yi Xian relaxed. He was afraid of encountering that kind of melodramatic scenario. For example, when he arrived, Yan Bei would be something. Fortunately, Dedeabi did not make random arrangements. Dedeabi, seeing Yi Xian, Yanbei lowered his head slightly and said softly, "What are you doing here?" Yi Xian walked in front of Yanbei. "Didn't I tell you? I accompanied you to the Yan clan. Why didn't you believe me?" Yanbei said softly, "I really didn't know you were so powerful." Yi Xian smiled. "Do you know now?" Yanbei looked up at Yi Xian. "Why did you come to find me? You already have someone you like." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "I can like a few more." "Everyone," Yanbei glared at Yi Xian. "How can you be like this?" Yi Xian smiled slightly. "Let's not discuss this for now. Let me talk to your clan first." After saying that, he turned to look at the black-robed man who was still kneeling at the side. "Are you representing the Yan clan?" The black-robed man hurriedly shook his head. "No, my rank is not high enough. The clan leader will talk to you." Yi Xian nodded. "Good. Have your clan leader come out." At this moment, a middle-aged man walked over from the side. It was the Yan clan's patriarch, Yan Nan. Yan Nan looked at Yi Xian with a trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. "How should I address you?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Guanxian Academy, Yi Xian." Yan Nan said in a deep voice, "My Yan clan has no enmity with you." Yi Xian shook his head. "I'll get straight to the point. I'm here for Yanbei." Yan Nan looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, "I want to take her with me." Yan Nan went silent for a moment before he said, "Can I refuse?" Yi Xian grinned. "You can try." Yan Nan, the black-robed man suddenly said, "Sir, we can talk reason." Yi Xian glanced at the black-robed man. "I don't want to be reasonable today." The black-robed man, Yi Xian, looked at Yanbei. "Let's go." Yanbei was slightly hesitant. Yan Nan suddenly said, "Sir, you're strong, so my Yan clan doesn't dare to stop you. But do you know that if you take her with you, it will bring calamity to my Yan clan?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" Yan Nan sighed softly. "Sir should know that my Yan clan believes in the ancient god. Every 10 years, my Yan clan has to offer a divine daughter to the ancient god." Yi Xian looked at Yan Nan with slight displeasure. "So you want your daughter to be the divine daughter? You're even more abnormal than my father." The green-robed man, Yan Nan, smiled bitterly. "It's not that I want Yanbei to be the divine daughter, but the ancient god chose her." Yi Xian looked at Yanbei, and Yanbei nodded slightly. Yi Xian's expression gradually turned cold. "Which ancient god is so abnormal?" Yan Nan's expression instantly changed. "Sir, be careful with your words." Yi Xian was expressionless. "Where is the ancient god you speak of?" "I'll talk to him." Yan Nan hesitated for a moment and said, "Are you sure?" Yi Xian nodded. Yan Nan immediately made an inviting gesture. "Please come to the top of the mountain to talk." Yi Xian nodded. Everyone walked towards the top of the mountain. On the way, Yanbei suddenly glanced at the woman behind Yi Xian, and then he said, "Why is she following you?" Yi Xian was slightly surprised. "You know her?" Yanbei nodded. "She's Xiao Fan from Azura City. She had a conflict with Azura City and left Azura City." Azura City. Yi Xian turned to glance at Xiao Fan. He hadn't expected that this woman was actually from Azura City. Xiao Fan's expression was calm, and she didn't speak. At this moment, everyone had arrived at the top of the mountain. Under Yan Nan's lead, Yi Xian arrived before a sacrificial altar, and there was an enormous statue on the altar. This statue held a spear in its hand, and it emanated might without being angry. Yan Nan bowed respectfully to the statue, and then he turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian walked slowly towards the statue. At this moment, the statue suddenly trembled slightly, and then it actually opened its eyes. The statue's gaze directly descended onto Yi Xian. It looked at Yi Xian with an indifferent gaze as if it was looking at an ant. When they saw the statue open its eyes, the expressions of all the experts from the Yan clan changed drastically, and they immediately knelt down slowly. Yan Bei hesitated for a moment, and then he turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian grinned. When she saw Yi Xian smile, Yan Bei felt inexplicably at ease. She held on to Yi Xian's hand tightly. At this moment, the ancient god before her didn't seem so terrifying. Meanwhile, the ancient god suddenly spoke. "You won't kneel when you see me?" He was speaking to Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the ancient god and said with a smile, "I won't even kneel when I see my father." "Who do you think you are?" The man in green was speechless. The ancient god's eyes narrowed slightly. In the next moment, the skies suddenly darkened, and then an extremely terrifying pressure swept down. This was an aura that surpassed the see-through realm. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and a sword shot into the sky. Bang! A sword that broke through the sky. As the sword soared into the sky, the terrifying pressure in the sky disappeared without a trace. Slashing the void. The ancient god frowned slightly when he saw this. He was about to speak when a sword suddenly pierced through his forehead. Bang! The statue trembled violently, and then it gradually cracked. Yi Xian pulled Yan Bei along as he turned around and left. The ancient god behind him suddenly spoke. "Disrespecting the gods and blaspheming them. Not to mention that you only possess the karmic luck of the great Tao, even if Dedeabi himself protected you, you would still die." Dedeabi was speechless. Yi Xian suddenly stopped and chuckled. Gods. How laughable. They're just a group of slightly stronger living beings. The ancient god's voice grew colder. How dare you question the ancient god? Yi Xian turned to look at Yan Bei. Did you once believe in this so-called ancient god? Yan Bei nodded. Yi Xian smiled slightly. From now on, I'll change your god. You can believe in her. Yan Bei was slightly curious. Who? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. My Qing, From today onwards, you'll believe in her with me. Yan Bei hesitated for a moment and then asked. How powerful is she? Yi Xian blinked. Don't ask. She's invincible if you ask. After he finished speaking, he pulled Yan Bei along and walked into the distance. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned to look at Yan Nan and the others. He smiled. All of you can believe in Qing too. Yan Nan's expression instantly changed drastically when he heard this. He glanced at the ancient god statue at the side that had already completely cracked, bowed deeply, and kowtowed fiercely. My Yan clan will only believe in one ancient god for eternity. They didn't know what opportunity they'd missed. Yi Xian smiled slightly when he heard Yan Nan, and then he pulled Yan Bei along and left. At this moment, Yan Nan suddenly said, from this moment onwards, Yan Bei is no longer a member of my Yan clan. Yan Bei's body trembled slightly. Yi Xian turned to look at Yan Bei and smiled. It won't be long before you return. The Yan clan will be proud of you. Trust me. Yan Bei nodded slightly. The two of them left. The ancient god suddenly said, You. Yi Xian suddenly turned his head, and his gaze was as cold as ice. Don't give me any nonsense. I welcome you to mess with me. I'm Yi Xian. Please target me. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly slashed with his sword. Bang! The statue directly transformed into nothingness. The experts of the Yan clan were speechless. Yi Xian ignored them and left with Yan Bei and Xiu Fan. Not long after leaving the Yan clan, a beautiful woman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian and the others. Seeing this beautiful woman, Yan Bei immediately walked over. He held the beautiful woman's hand and said softly, Mother. The beautiful woman helped Yan Bei tidy up the messy hair by his ear. She smiled slightly and then looked at Yi Xian. can we talk? Just the two of us. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Of course. The beautiful woman and Yi Xian walked into the distance. The beautiful woman suddenly said, "You instantly killed a see-through realm." Yi Xian nodded. The beautiful woman turned to look at Yi Xian. An ancient god is not someone a see-through realm can compare to. Yi Xian nodded. I know. The beautiful woman looked at Yi Xian for a moment and said, "You are very confident and elegant. No wonder she likes you." Yi Xian was silent. The beautiful woman said again, "You will be good to her, right?" Yi Xian nodded. "I will." The beautiful woman looked straight at Yi Xian. "Is this a promise?" Yi Xian nodded slightly. "Yes." The beautiful woman smiled lightly. "You are a very, very good person. You have strength, confidence, and charisma. No wonder she likes you. However, if she has a choice, I hope she doesn't like you." Yi Xian looked at the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman said softly, "Because people like you will definitely have many women by your side." Yi Xian was silent. The beautiful woman turned to look at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "It seems that I was right. You must like more than one woman, right?" Yi Xian hesitated and then said, "This is all my father's fault." The beautiful woman frowned slightly. "Your father?" Yi Xian nodded and said seriously, "He created something called the crazy demon bloodline. People who have this bloodline are more or less dissolute. Sigh. Many times, I can't help myself." As he said this, he directly activated the crazy demon bloodline. Crazy demon bloodline, the blue-robed man. When she saw Yi Xian's bloodline, the beautiful woman's face suddenly changed. "Your bloodline is so terrifying. I have never seen such a terrifying evil and murderous aura." Yi Xian nodded quickly. "Yes, yes. Because of this bloodline, I can't help but be dissolute. Sigh, I am also troubled." The crazy demon bloodline couldn't help but say angrily, "I seem to only make you crazy, make you demonic. I didn't make you dissolute, right?" 7017K. Chapter 23:10. The beautiful woman looked at Yi Xian with a faint smile. It was obvious that she did not believe Yi Xian's nonsense. Although Yi Xian was thick-skinned, he could not help but blush at this moment. At this moment, the beautiful woman retracted her gaze and smiled. "I have to say, you are indeed very lethal to women. When an outstanding person like you is also thick-skinned, I'm afraid there are not many women in this world who can resist you." Yi Xian was speechless. The beautiful woman looked at Yan Bei in the distance and said softly, "This girl has carried many burdens since she was young, especially after she was chosen by the so-called ancient god. All these years, she has suffered. I hope she can live a happy life." As she spoke, she bowed deeply to Yi Xian. "Please." Yi Xian nodded. "I will bring her back." The beautiful woman looked at Yi Xian. "If possible, don't come back. The clan is cold, there is nothing worth staying for." With that, she turned and left. After the beautiful woman left, Yan Bei and Shufan came to Yi Xian. Yan Bei's expression was a little sad, obviously reluctant to part with the beautiful woman. Yi Xian smiled. "Do you want to come back in the future?" Yan Bei nodded. Yi Xian nodded. "Then we will come back." Yan Bei looked at Yi Xian. "Is that a promise?" Yi Xian smiled. "Yes." Yan Bei smiled. "All right." Yi Xian turned to look in the direction of the Yan clan. He narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. The next moment, he flicked his sleeve. Boom! A divine sense was directly severed. Yan clan, on the divine mountain. Yan Nan suddenly retracted his gaze. His expression was extremely ugly. He had been observing Yi Xian just now, but he did not expect that he would be discovered by Yi Xian. This youth's strength was much more terrifying than he had imagined. At this moment, an old man walked to Yan Nan's side and said in a low voice, "Clan leader, that youth is definitely not an ordinary person." Yan Nan slowly closed his eyes and clenched his fists. How could I not know? He had to admit that he was shocked. Previously, Yi Xian actually insta-killed a Grotto Profound realm. That was the Grotto Profound realm. He was instantly killed just like that. His heart was also filled with shock and fear. Just now, he was hesitant about whether he should directly side with Yi Xian and believe in that Qing'er. But in the end, he still chose the ancient gods. Yi Xian was very monstrous, but he was more afraid of the ancient gods. It should be known that the Yan clan had been able to achieve what it was today because the Yan clan worshipped the ancient gods and received endless cultivation methods and special cultivation resources from the ancient gods. It was because of the support of those ancient gods that the Yan clan of the desolate universe was born. It could be said that the see-through realm, a top-notch expert in the universe, was nothing in front of these ancient gods. Thus, he chose the ancient god side. He did not dare to gamble. If he lost the gamble, then the Yan clan would really be beyond redemption. Most importantly, this Qing'er that Yi Xian mentioned, he had never heard of him. This Qing'er was obviously the person behind Yi Xian. However, as a see-through realm, he had never heard of this Qing'er. Obviously, even if this person was a big shot, he was probably just an ordinary big shot. It was precisely because of this reason that he chose the ancient gods in the end. It was safe. At this time, the old man beside him said, "Clan leader, we chose the ancient gods. That youth just now has already blasphemed against the ancient gods. The ancient gods will definitely not let him go. In other words, we might have to face that youth, and that youth is not simple." Saying this, a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Yan Nan was silent for a moment before saying, "Do you think that youth can contend against the ancient gods?" The old man hesitated. Yan Nan said softly, "Perhaps this is an opportunity for my Yan clan this time." As he said this, he raised his head and looked into the distant horizon. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Ancient gods. Eternal gods. On the other side, in the sky, Yi Xian withdrew his gaze, but his expression was somewhat cold. Yan Bei said softly, "Are you all right?" Yi Xian smiled slightly. "I'm fine." Yan Bei glanced at Yi Xian and did not say anything else. Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly looked at Xiu Fan. Without any nonsense, he opened his palm and the Daebi flew directly in front of Xiu Fan. Xiu Fan hesitated for a moment before taking the Daebi. The moment she held the Daebi, her pupils suddenly shrank and she quickly let go. She looked at Yi Xian with eyes full of shock. Yi Xian smiled slightly. "Very shocked?" Xiu Fan nodded. Yi Xian smiled. "Miss, I have fulfilled my promise." After saying this, he looked at Yan Bei. "Let's go." Yan Bei nodded. The two of them were about to leave when Xiu Fan suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. She looked straight at Yi Xian. "I will follow you." Yi Xian was speechless. Xiu Fan said, "I can also kill Dong Xian." "Kill Dong Xian." Yi Xian looked at Xiu Fan and said with a smile, "Just because of this brush?" Xiu Fan nodded and bowed deeply. "From today onwards, I am willing to be the blade in your hand." Yi Xian was silent for a moment before shaking his head. "I don't know your character." Xiu Fan raised her head to look at Yi Xian. "I have never killed an innocent person, and I have never done anything that I am ashamed of." Yi Xian turned his head to look at Yan Bei. After a moment of silence, Yan Bei said, "She is from Azura City and is also the niece of the current city lord of Azura City. However, more than 10 years ago, she broke off relations with Azura City and killed her way out. As for why she broke off relations, my Yan clan investigated this matter but did not find anything." Yi Xian looked at Xiu Fan. Why did she break off relations with Azura City? Xiao Fan's expression suddenly became malevolent, and her eyes turned blood red. That beast killed my birth mother and even wanted to sully me. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. Is what you said true? Xiao Fan looked straight at Yi Xian. I swear on my blood and soul that if there is even the slightest falsehood, as she said this, she pointed at Yi Xian's Dedeabi. If there is even the slightest falsehood, this brush will destroy it. Dedeabi trembled slightly. Boom! Suddenly, Xiao Fan's soul violently trembled, but it quickly returned to normal. Yi Xian was silent. Dedeabi's feedback was that the woman in front of him was not lying. Yan Bei suddenly said, she has an extremely rare profound godly body. If you dual cultivate with her, it will surpass 100,000 years of bitter cultivation. Profound body. Yi Xian sized up Xiao Fan. Soon, he also discovered that this Xiao Fan's physique was indeed extraordinary. Yan Bei suddenly said, if you accept her, you will become enemies with Azura City. Yi Xian was about to speak, but at this time, the space in the distance suddenly split open. The next moment, two strange auras suddenly swept over. Rumble. In an instant, a wave of evil chi and killing intent filled the surroundings. Two grotto profound realm experts. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. At this time, two old men appeared in front of Yi Xian's group of three. The one in the lead was an old man dressed in a black robe. His hands were hidden in his sleeves, and his gaze was like a knife, making people shudder. Beside him stood another old man. This old man wore an iron mask, and he looked somewhat gloomy. Both old men exuded a gloomy aura. The black-robed old man in the lead glanced at Xiao Fan, then looked at Yi Xian. The next moment, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of excitement flashed in them. Special bloodline. Bloodline. Just now, after he displayed his bloodline to that beautiful woman, he forgot to use Dedeabi to conceal again. Hence, this black-robed old man directly sensed the uniqueness of his bloodline. Of course, he also sensed his realm. However, at this moment, his realm was no longer Grotto Profound but had recovered to Grotto Profound. Yi Xian turned his head to look at Xiao Fan. Your Azura City like special bloodlines? Xiao Fan nodded, her expression ice-cold. Like special bloodlines and special physiques because Azura City's cultivation methods are all more unorthodox and walk very extreme. Some special bloodlines and special physiques are what they love the most. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then looked at the black-robed old man and said with a smile, let me guess our next story. You took a fancy to my special bloodline, so evil thoughts arose and you wanted to seize my bloodline. No, you didn't want to, but you were already prepared to do so. Is that right? The black-robed old man looked at Yi Xian and was very frank. Yes. Yi Xian thought for a moment and then said, I feel that this kind of story is too melodramatic. I'll change the story for you. Are you willing to listen? The black-robed old man's expression was calm. Tell me, I'll listen. Yi Xian said with a smile, do you think that a person with this kind of bloodline is ordinary? The black-robed old man looked at Yi Xian. No. Yi Xian nodded and said with a smile, look at me. I reached the Grotto Profound realm at such a young age. Do you think I'm ordinary? The black-robed old man nodded slightly. Definitely not ordinary. Yi Xian said with a smile, yes. Not only am I strong, but the people behind me are also very strong. If you want to make a move against me, even if I can't beat you, I still have people behind me. They are the kind of people who will come after you beat the young. At that time, your Azura City might be destroyed. The black-robed old man laughed lightly, not taking it to heart. And then? Yi Xian said with a smile, I've said so much from the bottom of my heart. Will you listen? To be honest, I've never been so honest before. The black-robed old man said with a smile, so I have to thank you? Ha. After saying this, he shook his head. Youngsters should know their place and properly increase their strength, not be flashy. Because there are many times when being flashy is useless, just like now. Yi Xian was silent for a moment before saying, "It seems that you plan to walk the first story." The black-robed old man laughed lightly. "Your bloodline is rarely seen in 10,000 years. If we devour your bloodline, our cultivation will definitely rise. Next, as for the backer you spoke of, let me ask you, is the power behind you stronger than my Azura city?" Yi Xian said earnestly, "I'm telling the truth, I'm really telling the truth. The power behind me is stronger than Azura city. I can swear that I'm not deceiving you. If you do something to me, you will be very miserable. I'm really, really not lying to you. I beg you to believe me this once." As he spoke, he hurriedly removed the pen from his waist and said, "This is Dedeabi, it's really Dedeabi." The black-robed old man suddenly laughed. He pointed at Yi Xian and said, "Funny, really funny. You casually took out a broken pen and told me it was Dedeabi. Do you think you are stupid or the old man is stupid? With your IQ, you want to fool the old man? You're delusional." Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. After reading the comments for so long, I noticed one thing. More importantly, Luan's good brother. Or even less. Luan's total F** king money. How realistic. 7,017K. Chapter 23:11. Bluff? When he heard this black-robed old man's words, Yi Xian's mentality directly collapsed. He could swear that he had never been so sincere before. However, this old man actually still thought that he was bluffing him? What's wrong with him? Yi Xian was speechless. The black-robed old man looked at Yi Xian, his face full of ridicule. "Aren't you very good at bluffing? Come on, continue bluffing, I'll quietly watch your performance." Yi Xian shook his head. "My balls are hurting." Yan Bei was suddenly a little curious. "What balls?" Yi Xian, in the distance, that black-robed old man suddenly sneered and said, "What, not bluffing anymore? You?" Speaking up to this point, the black-robed old man's pupils suddenly shrank because a dot of sword light appeared in front of his eyebrows unknowingly. Slashing the void. This sword was made up of 4 swords as one. The moment he saw this sword, all the hair on the black-robed old man's body stood on end at this moment. The aura of death. He had never been so close to death. At this moment, he knew that he had underestimated the enemy. Greatly underestimated the enemy. Because he underestimated the enemy, he was directly caught off guard. Therefore, he could not make the best defense at all and could only hastily defend passively. Boom! That dot of sword light suddenly pierced the black-robed old man's eyebrows. In an instant, the black-robed old man's physical body directly shattered, immediately turning into nothingness, but his soul retreated frantically, wanting to pull away from Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had long expected it. Therefore, the moment the black-robed old man's soul just retreated, another sword slashed over. Still slashing the void. Chi! This sword directly sank into the black-robed old man's eyebrows. Boom! The black-robed old man's soul trembled violently, directly fixed in place. At this moment, the black-robed old man's eyes were wide like copper bells, his eyes full of horror and disbelief. He never thought that he would actually be beheaded by a teenager with 2 swords. How was this possible? The see-through realm powerhouse next to the black-robed old man also had a dumbfounded expression at this moment. 2 swords. Killing see-through realm with 2 swords? Was he crazy? The black-robed old man looked at Yi Xian and was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly said, "Don't speak, I'm afraid my balls will hurt again." As the voice faded, the black-robed old man was directly erased. Completely erased. At this moment, the other expert retreated madly. At this moment, Yi Xian opened his palm and slashed out with a brush. Chi! A brush tip chopped out. In an instant, that grotto profound realm powerhouse was directly wiped out. Yan Bei was dumbfounded. Her eyes were wide open, and her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Xiao Fan glanced at the pen in Yi Xian's hand and didn't say anything. Right at this moment, the distant horizon suddenly split open, and in the next moment, a terrifying aura swept over. Yi Xian frowned slightly. In the sky, a shadow gradually appeared. Xiao Fan's brows knit together tightly when she saw this figure. Yi Xian looked at the figure in the sky, and the figure looked back at him. Yi Xian smiled slightly and did not speak. After the figure was silent for a moment, it suddenly disappeared. Yi Xian's brows furrowed slightly. After a moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Let's go." Finished talking, he directly brought the two girls to that transmission valley from before. No idea how long later, Yi Xian brought the two girls back to the Universe of Gods Guanxian Academy. The moment he returned to Guanxian Academy, Yi Xian came to that bamboo forest where he cultivated. He sat cross-legged on the ground, his entire person appearing incomparably weak. Regardless of executing one sword-slashing nothingness or urging to Daebi, this consumption was seriously too great. The current him was already close to collapse and did not have the strength to fight anymore. Otherwise, he would have directly gone to Azura City previously. About 2 hours later, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his complexion had recovered a little. Yi Xian shook his head with a bitter smile. Although he now had Daebi and Jianghu, he still could not be beaten up by a group. If the other party's numbers were too many, he would be exhausted by the group, which would be very dangerous. Therefore, he must avoid being beaten up by a group. In addition, he also needed to cultivate his own forces. At this time, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from the side. Yi Xian turned his head and saw that the person who had come was Qing Qiu. Qing Qiu walked in front of Yi Xian with a cup of tea in her hand. She smiled slightly. "Young master brother, drink some tea." Yi Xian smiled. He took the tea and took a sip, then said with a smile, "What's the matter?" Qing Qiu rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. "Can't I look for you without any reason?" Yi Xian smiled. "Of course you can." Qing Qiu looked at Yi Xian and blinked. "Young master brother, did you find anything else?" Yi Xian blinked. "What?" Qing Qiu glared at Yi Xian. "Humph." After saying that, she turned around and left. After Qing Qiu left, Yi Xian fell into silence. Shock. At this moment, he was already numb. Because Qing Qiu had reached half a step into the profound knowledge realm. Half a step into the profound knowledge realm. Yi Xian did not feel well at all. What the hell? At this moment, he felt that he was a waste. A big waste. As a second-generation heir, he felt that Qing Qiu's cultivation was a bit outrageous. Who was the reincarnation of a big shot? How could it be so outrageous? Like a god. Moreover, this big shot had a relationship with him. But he racked his brains and couldn't think of who it was. At this moment, he really didn't want to cultivate anymore. After being defeated by the three swords and Qin Guan, he accepted it. But now, this little girl still wanted to show off in front of him every day. Thinking of this, Yi Xian snorted. "You want to show off in front of me? I won't let you. I'll pretend that I didn't see it." After a while, Yi Xian got up and left. After Yan Bei and Shifan came to the academy, the two girls directly joined Wu Yuan. It had to be said that the two girls were also shocked by Qing Qiu. This Qing Qiu's talent couldn't be described with words. She was simply a freak. The scale of the academy was getting bigger and bigger. Although there were few people in Wu Yuan, except for Qing Qiu, the lowest level was at the peak of the profound knowledge realm. And there were more than 100 people in the Institute of Literature. Most of these people were scholars, but there were also people who practiced both literature and martial arts. The academy didn't prohibit the practice of both. When Yi Xian arrived at the academy, it was much livelier and more lively than before. There were many new faces in the academy. These people were carefully selected by Xu Xian and Qing Qiu. Their characters were excellent in all aspects. When these students saw Yi Xian, they immediately stopped and bowed. Yi Xian also bowed slightly. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't put on any airs, the expressions of the students instantly relaxed. Many of them had never seen Yi Xian, the dean. Seeing that Yi Xian was so gentle and polite, everyone's impression of Yi Xian increased a lot. After a while, Yi Xian arrived at the Celestial Treasures Pavilion. He found Nanqing and handed him a name list. The names on the list are all my relatives and friends. Make a trip on my behalf. Tell them that I invited them to Guanchuan Academy in the universe of gods. Without the Qingxian sword, it was too inconvenient for him to invite his old friends to Guanchuan Academy. He could only ask the Celestial Treasures Pavilion for help, because only the Celestial Treasures Pavilion could build a transportation array in the universe. Nanqing accepted the name list. Then he bowed slightly. Yes, sir. Yi Xian smiled. Thank you. Nanqing hurriedly said, You're welcome, young Master Yi. With that, he turned and left. Yi Xian stood where he was and smiled slightly. At this moment, he couldn't wait to see his old friends. After leaving the Celestial Treasures Pavilion, Yi Xian went to the Xian world. As soon as he arrived, Li Lan appeared in front of him. Seeing him, Li Lan was very excited. He immediately came up to him. Young Master Yi, you're here. With that, he hurriedly asked someone to bring Yi Xian's carriage over. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Senior Li Lan hurriedly shook his head. I don't dare to call you senior. I'm a few years older than you. How about I call you big brother? Yi Xian's expression froze. Li Lan smiled awkwardly. Young Master Yi, are you here to recruit students this time? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Li Lan immediately said. No problem. No problem at all. As long as young Master Yi takes a fancy to the people of my Xian world, you can recruit them. There's no problem in my Xian world. Yi Xian blinked. Senior is so generous. How should I thank Senior? Li Lan pretended to be unhappy. Thank what? No need. My daughter is a member of Guanchuan Academy. In other words, I'm also a member of Guanchuan Academy. We're family. What's there to thank? He naturally had his own calculations. Now that Li Shui was in Guanchuan Academy, if something happened between Li Shui and Yi Xian, F***ck, then wouldn't he make a huge profit? One must know that this young Master Yi wasn't someone that Immortal Ancient Yuan could compare to. He couldn't be like that couple in Immortal Ancient and cause trouble for his daughter. This was the reason why he was so enthusiastic. Yi Xian smiled. Then, he opened his palm. Divine Way Codex slowly floated in front of Li Lan. Senior, I know you've memorized everything. This Divine Way Codex has been annotated. Its value is even higher. Li Lan hurriedly took the Divine Way Codex and bowed deeply. Thank you. A moment later, Yi Xian put away the Divine Way Codex and said. Senior, Li Shui is in the academy. She's fine. Don't worry. Li Lan hurriedly said. No need to worry. She's with young Master Yi. You're a gentleman. What's there for me to worry about? Even if something happens between the two of you, it doesn't matter, really. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Senior, can I raise a little opinion? Li Lan nodded. Of course. Little friend, feel free to speak your mind. Yi Xian smiled. Did Senior go see Li Shui after she left the Immortal Ancient Clan? Li Lan was stunned. Yi Xian smiled. Senior, Li Shui is a very good woman, and she's also a very strong woman. However, strong women always have a soft spot in their hearts. She really cares about you. I know that family ties between large clans and families are rather weak, but it doesn't mean that there's no family ties. If Senior can go see her and show her some care, I believe she'll be very happy. Whether it's for family ties or for benefits, it's very beneficial, isn't it? Li Lan fell silent for a moment and bowed slightly. I've learned my lesson. Yi Xian smiled. I welcome Senior to be a guest at Guanxian Academy at any time. With that, he turned and left. Li Lan remained silent for a moment before leaving. He headed to Guanxian Academy. Why? The reason was very simple. Li Shui was currently at Guanxian Academy, and she had such a good relationship with Yi Xian. If something happened between her and Yi Xian, then it would bring boundless benefits to the mystic world. Family ties? Benefits? Where there were benefits, there would be family ties. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.